Picture the most famous palace in the world. Now fill it with the smell of 50 overflowing cesspits baking in August heat. Add the sound of footmen shuffling through marble corridors at 4 in the morning, carrying wooden buckets sealed with wax cloth and still leaking. The slow drip of something you do not want to think about, leaving a thin, dark trail across floors that will be polished to a mirror shine within the hour. And the particular silence of a building where 300 people live and work and eat and sleep and relieve themselves, and where almost nothing of what sustains actual human life is supposed to be visible or acknowledged or named. That's Buckingham Palace, the grandest address in England, the symbol of empire, civilization and divine monarchy. A place where you could watch the Queen of England take her morning tea in a gown that cost more than your father will earn in 20 years, and then walk 6 steps around the corner and discover that the drain outside her dressing room has been blocked since Tuesday and nobody has quite worked out whose job it is to fix it. We're going back there tonight. Not as tourists staring up at the gilded facade, not as guests arriving at the ballroom for an investiture, imagining what it must be like to live inside a fairy tale. We're going in through the servants' entrance on the north side, down the back stairs, into the rooms that don't appear on any official map of the palace. We're living it. One day, one person, everything they would have seen, smelled, touched, and survived. So I make these history sleep stories, and I genuinely do not know whether any of you actually fall asleep to them, or whether you are all secretly wide awake in your beds at 2 in the morning, listening to descriptions of Victorian chamber pots and thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. Either way, subscribe if you haven't, get comfortable. Here we go. Your eyes open to darkness. Not the pleasant darkness of a room with curtains drawn against a summer evening. A different kind. Absolute. Stone and timber dark, with no gap under the door and no window, because the room you sleep in does not have a window. It has a ceiling so low that standing up too fast in the morning will introduce your skull to a timber beam in a way you will remember for the rest of the week. And it has 2 iron cots pushed so close together that the man sleeping in the one beside you, a fellow footman named Arthur from somewhere in Shropshire, who snores like a dog with a deviated septum, has, at some point in the night, rolled over so that his elbow is now pressing into your ribs. You lie still for 1 second, maybe 2. The last dissolving fragment of a dream you are having floats somewhere at the edge of your awareness. Something about your mother's kitchen, something about being warm, and then it's gone. Then the smell hits you. It's always the smell that makes you remember where you are, not one smell. Layers. First, closest, the sour mineral smell of the chamber pot in the corner of the room, which you emptied last night before bed, but not thoroughly enough, because last night you were so tired your hands shook, and the residue left at the bottom of a ceramic pot in a small airless room overnight does not wait politely. Then, underneath that, the smell of the 2 of you, unwashed wool, yesterday's sweat, the particular damp human smell of people who share a confined space and have no immediate access to bathing. Then, rising from somewhere below and to the left, through the gaps in the floorboards, something older and deeper and worse. The smell of the palace itself, the smell of blocked drains and ancient stone, and the accumulated biological fact of hundreds of people living in a building whose waste infrastructure was designed for a household of perhaps 60, and which has not been meaningfully updated since the building was converted into a royal residence 11 years ago. And underneath it all, underneath the pot and the bodies and the ancient stone, something that you have learned, in the 4 months since you arrived, to simply not think about. A smell that has no single source. that rises from the ground itself, from the clay beneath the foundations, from the network of brick-lined channels running beneath the north wing that were supposed to carry waste toward the Thames, but which, as anyone who works in this building knows, carry it only as far as the cisterns beneath the east courtyard and then stop. Welcome to Buckingham Palace, London, England. The 14th of August, 1847. Arthur is still asleep. You can tell by the quality of his snoring, which has a particular bubbling descending note when he's deep under, and a lighter, more erratic pattern when he's beginning to surface. Right now it's the deep kind. You have perhaps 10 minutes before he wakes up and starts complaining about his back. You are William Cooper. You're 17 years old, and you arrived here from Swindon in Wiltshire in April of this year with a change of clothes, a reference letter from the vicar of your parish, and a pair of good leather boots your father saved for 4 months to buy you, because he said if you were going to work at Buckingham Palace, you were going to arrive looking like someone they might actually consider keeping. He was not wrong. The boots helped. The reference letter helped more. And the fact that you are tall, 6 feet exactly, which you reached at 16, which is unusual and slightly inconvenient in rooms with low ceilings, but which is precisely what the master of the household looks for in a footman, helped most of all. Back home, everyone said London would either make you or kill you. They were not wrong about that either, so far as you can tell, though you haven't been killed yet, so the sample size is still small. The bells have started. Not just one church, this is London. There is no such thing as just one church. You can hear, in the space of about 45 seconds, the low rolling toll of St. James's Palace Chapel beginning its count, then the brighter, sharper bells of St. James's Piccadilly cutting across it, then the more distant, deeper resonance of Westminster itself, coming from the southeast and penetrating even this windowless room, as though the stone walls are an inconvenience rather than a barrier. It's not yet 4 o'clock. You know this because the Westminster bell has just begun its 4 count, and by the time it finishes you need to have your feet on the floor. 4. You push Arthur's elbow off your ribs. He makes a sound that is not a word. 3. You sit up. The timber beam misses your head by the thickness of a playing card. Practice. 2. Your feet find the cold stone floor. It is cold in a way that has nothing to do with the season. It's August. It is warm outside. The air in London is sitting thick and soupy and barely moving, and you could fry an egg on the cobblestones of the courtyard by noon. But down here, in the lower service corridors of the north wing, the stone holds its cold like a conviction. Your bare feet, before the feeling properly returns to them, feel like they belong to someone else. 1. Arthur's snoring changes pitch. Lighter now. He's surfacing. You do not have time to wait for him to fully wake up. He'll be slow about it, as he always is. Arthur is one of the finest footmen on the upper floors, composed, silent, impeccable in his movements, the kind of man who can carry a tureen of soup through a room full of dignitaries without a single ripple disturbing the surface. But in the morning, before about 4:30, he is a different species entirely. Slow-moving, confused, prone to bumping into door frames. You pull your uniform from the peg on the wall, not the formal livery, the powdered wig and the knee breeches and the coat that makes you look like something out of the previous century, which is precisely the point, but the working dress, the grey coat and dark trousers that are what you actually wear before the house wakes up, and before the parts of your job that anyone important might see begin. The formal uniform goes on later. For now, what you're doing doesn't require you to look like an oil painting. It requires you to be fast, thorough, and invisible. This is the job before the job. The chamber pots need to be collected and emptied before any member of the royal household stirs. This is not a rule that anyone has ever written down in the footman's handbook, because writing it down would require acknowledging that it exists, and acknowledging its existence would require engaging with the question of what exactly goes on in the bedchambers of Britain's most famous royal family between the hours of 1 and 4 in the morning. Nobody wants to have that conversation, so instead it is simply understood. It happens, you make it happen, and by the time the First Lady-in-Waiting begins her morning routine, the evidence that anything biological occurred in this palace overnight has simply ceased to exist. The basin of water on your washstand has a thin skein of something across the surface. Not ice, not in August, just the particular surface tension that standing water develops overnight in a room with no circulation. You break it with your fingertips and splash your face. It's cold, not refreshing, just cold. You do it anyway because it's all you have. Arthur makes a sound behind you, something between a groan and a word. "Already?" he says. 4:15, you tell him, which is an approximation. You don't actually know the time to the quarter hour, but it's close enough. "My back," he says. "Your back is always your back," you say. He has no response to this because it's true. You take your collection bucket from beneath the cot. It's a heavy thing, wooden and iron-banded, and it has a lid that fits into a groove so that it seals. Not perfectly. Nothing in this building seals perfectly, but enough to contain the smell to something manageable during transit through the corridors. The bucket has a rag wrapped around the handle to protect your palm from the iron. Because you made that modification yourself after your first week, after you realised that carrying it for an hour through corridors would leave marks on your hand deep enough to still be visible at dinner service. You go out into the corridor. The corridor is dark. There are gas lamps at intervals on the walls, but at this hour only every third one is lit to conserve. So you move through alternating patches of amber light and deep shadow, navigating partly by memory and partly by the faint light seeping from under doors where other early rising servants are already beginning their own preparations. The stone floor has been swept, but not yet polished. That comes later. A full hour of buffing with beeswax and a weighted cloth on the end of a long wooden handle. For now it's just stone, slightly gritty under your boots. The sound of your footsteps very clear and precise in the silence of the corridor. You move quickly. The first principle of morning collection, as explained to you by the senior footman, a man named Mr. Hawkins, who has been at this palace since before the Queen arrived, and who has the kind of face that looks as though it was designed for the specific purpose of communicating disapproval. The first principle is speed, not because anyone is explicitly watching you, but because the mathematics of what you're doing require it. There are 14 principal bedchambers in the wing you're responsible for. Each one has between 1 and 3 vessels that may need attention, depending on who slept there and what the previous evening involved in terms of eating and drinking. You have approximately 90 minutes before the earliest risers among the household staff begin bringing morning trays, and before the royal family themselves begin to stir. 90 minutes. 14 rooms. You're very good at mathematics. The first door on your left is a lady-in-waiting's room. You don't knock. Knocking would wake her, and waking her is precisely what you're trying not to do. You have a key on a ring at your hip because the service staff do, because this is the only way the invisible labour of the palace can remain invisible. You unlock the door with minimal sound. You push it open. The smell of the room is immediate and layered. Perfume, and the trace of burned candle, and something organic and distinctly human underneath, which is exactly why you're here. You move directly to the corner behind the dressing screen. The porcelain pot is there, as it always is. It's a Queen's Palace, which means the chamber pots are fine quality. White porcelain with a blue and gold rim with a lid, which is considerate, though the lid has not been replaced, which is less so. You lift it. You look. You note what needs noting. You carry it, level and careful, to your bucket. The transfer happens efficiently. The sound is contained. You replace the pot. You replace the lid on your bucket. You're in and out of the room in under 3 minutes. The lady in waiting does not stir. She will wake in approximately 3 hours to find her room exactly as it was when she went to sleep, except for the fact that the ceramic pot in the corner is empty and freshly rinsed. This small miracle will not be remarked upon. It will simply be. This is how the palace works. The work happens so that the work cannot be seen to have happened. You move to the second door. The second room is different. This is a guest room, currently occupied by a minor German nobleman visiting as part of the broader circuit of diplomatic visits that the Queen's court conducts throughout the summer, and the minor German nobleman had a great deal to eat and drink last night. You know this because you were one of the footmen stationed at the dinner service, and you watched him work his way through the soup course, the fish course, 3 removes, and then the dessert table with a methodical and slightly terrifying dedication. And the evidence of that dedication is now sitting in the pot behind the mahogany dressing screen. And it is not subtle. You do not make a face. This is also a skill you have developed. You simply work. There is a hierarchy to suffering at Buckingham Palace, which you have begun to understand over these 4 months, and it is not the hierarchy you expected. Before you arrived, you thought the worst thing would be the formality, the rigid rules, the constant awareness of rank and position, and what you are and are not permitted to do or say or notice. Those things are hard. You are not wrong, but they're not the worst. The worst, the thing nobody mentions when they talk about the prestige of working at the palace, is the physical reality of what the palace actually is. It is a building. It is a building in which human beings live, and human beings, no matter how royal or aristocratic or German and diplomatically important they are biological organisms, and biological organisms produce waste, and someone has to deal with that waste. And at Buckingham Palace in the summer of 1847, that someone is to a large degree you. 3rd room, 4th room, you find a rhythm. The collection takes 42 minutes this morning, which is respectable. You've done it in 38, which is your record. You've also done it in 1 hour and 20, which was a morning after a particularly large state dinner with 43 guests, and which you do not speak of. By 5 in the morning you're in the courtyard. The courtyard in August before dawn is the best part of your day. You know this. You hold on to it. The air has cooled overnight to something almost comfortable, and the smell of the city, coal smoke and river and horses and food and the 1,000 other components of London, comes over the palace walls in a way that, paradoxically, improves the air inside the courtyard rather than making it worse. Because at least it's moving. There are 3 gas lamps burning in the courtyard, and their light makes the palace walls glow amber. And for a moment, standing there with your full collection bucket in each hand, you have the strangest feeling. The feeling that you are standing inside something enormous, something that will outlast you by centuries, something so certain of its own importance that it has never needed to apologize for anything. Then the smell from the east cesspit drifts over, and the moment dissolves. The cesspits are the real infrastructure of Buckingham Palace in 1847. Not the grand staircase, not the throne room, not the picture gallery with its Rembrandts and Van Dycks, the cesspits. There are 6 of them, brick-lined chambers sunk into the ground at intervals round the building, and they are the terminus of everything that the palace produces biologically. The drains from the upper floors flow down through the walls and into the cesspits, and the cesspits fill, and when they fill they need to be emptied, and this task falls to men who do not work for the palace directly but are contracted in. Men who arrive before dawn with their horses and their iron scoops and their great sealed barrels on wheels, and who take away what they find and sell it onward to farmers as night soil, which is a euphemism so delicate and so persistent that it has survived into this century and will survive long beyond it. The problem with the cesspits at Buckingham Palace in 1847 is that they were not designed for this many people. When King George IV commissioned John Nash to redesign and expand the palace in the 1820s, the assumption was that it would house perhaps 60 to 80 people in residence at any given time, with additional staff coming in daily. The reality, by the time Queen Victoria arrived in 1837 and began filling the palace with household staff, ladies-in-waiting, footmen, cooks, kitchen maids, scullery maids, laundresses, grooms, pages, equerries, ladies' maids, and the various other human machinery required to run a royal court, is approximately 300 people living and working in the building daily, with more arriving for any significant event. 300 people, cesspits designed for 80. You do not need to be a civil engineer to see the problem. This is what nobody who looks at pictures of Buckingham Palace ever thinks about. They see the facade, the Portland stone, the central balcony, the iron railings, the symmetry that speaks of power and permanence and everything England believes itself to be. They do not think about what lies beneath that facade, literally, physically beneath it. A network of overwhelmed brick drains and cisterns and cesspits that have been, for years, doing their absolute best, and their absolute best is not enough. The smell rises, particularly in summer, particularly in August when London itself is sitting in a heat that turns the Thames into something you could smell from Kensington, when the city generates more of itself, more horses, more cooking, more industry, more humanity, and the air that drifts over the palace walls carries all of it. On the worst days, on the days when the temperature stays above 80 and the wind drops completely, the smell in certain parts of the palace is indescribable, not metaphorically indescribable, actually beyond the reach of language. You have smelled it, you know. You take your morning collection across the courtyard to the service drain, which empties into the main cesspit run beneath the north wing, and you do the transfer efficiently and quickly, because the longer you stand over the service drain, the more of that deep, underground smell rises to meet you, and there are limits to what you can absorb at 5 in the morning before your brain starts making independent decisions about your continued employment here. Then you rinse the buckets at the standpipe. The standpipe water is cold and slightly discoloured, which is London water in 1847, which is the Thames water pumped to a reservoir and distributed through lead pipes, and which contains things that nobody in 1847 has yet connected to the cholera outbreaks that are going to arrive in this city again within the next year. You don't know this. You stand at the standpipe and rinse the buckets, and the cold water runs over your hands, and you think about breakfast. Breakfast is at 6. You have 50 minutes. You go back inside and go to the boot room, which is in the basement on the north side of the building, which is where you spend the next 40 minutes cleaning boots, not your boots. The boots of the male members of the royal household, the guests, the various gentlemen of the court who produced Between them last night, 17 pairs of boots in various states of usage, and who will produce 17 pairs of opinions this morning about the quality of the cleaning, though none of them will acknowledge that they produced the boots, or that anyone cleaned them. Boots will simply appear cleaned, outside doors. This is how it works. This is how all of it works. The boot room is small and lit by 2 lamps and smells of boot blacking, which is one of the most comforting smells in your current life. It's specific. It's chemical. It has nothing to do with drainage or cesspits or the digestive systems of minor German noblemen. You sit on the low stool and work, and the rhythmic motion of brush on leather is hypnotic in the way that any repetitive physical task becomes hypnotic at 5 in the morning, and you let yourself disappear into it. Mr. Hawkins finds you there at 5:40. He is already fully dressed, which should not be possible at 5:40 in the morning, but is, because Mr. Hawkins is the kind of man who appears to have been created fully dressed, as though he arrived in this world at 43 years old in a perfectly pressed grey waistcoat, with his side whiskers already trimmed and his expression already indicating that several aspects of this world are slightly below standard. He stands in the doorway of the boot room and looks at the line of boots you've done and the ones remaining and makes a small sound that could mean anything. 8 pairs? Yes, Mr. Hawkins. Lord Fortescue's left boot has a scuff near the heel. You look at it. That was there when I collected it, Mr. Hawkins. He makes the sound again. It will need attention. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. He looks at the boots another moment. Then he looks at you. He has the kind of eyes that seem to be measuring you against some internal standard, and the measurement never quite comes out in your favour, but it never comes out disqualifyingly against you either, which you've come to understand is probably as good as it gets with Mr. Hawkins. The east drain is blocked again, he says. It is not a question. I noticed the smell this morning. Notice it later. Before breakfast, I need you to take the message to Mr. Patterson. He means the master plumber, a man employed by the Office of Works who comes to the palace regularly enough that he has his own entry in the palace's household ledger, which is testament to the frequency of the problem. Tell him the east drain is backing up, and the cistern behind the scullery is at capacity. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. And Cooper. Yes. He pauses. There's something in the pause that is not quite kindness, but is adjacent to it, in the way that certain objects are adjacent to furniture without quite qualifying. Wash your hands before breakfast, thoroughly. He leaves. You look at your hands. Your hands, in this light, in the boot room at 5:40 in the morning, are the hands of someone who has been doing exactly what they've been doing for the last 2 hours. The boot blacking has settled into the creases of your knuckles. Beneath that, the less visible residue of the morning's first work, which soap and cold standpipe water will address to the degree that they can, which is not complete but is acceptable. The skin on your hands has changed since April. It was soft when you arrived. Farm boy soft. Outdoor soft. But not the kind of calloused, cracked, chemically altered skin that appears when you work with bleach and caustic soda and boot blacking and cold water 6 days a week. Now it's different. It catches on fabric. The fingertips have developed a faint grey tinge that does not entirely wash out. You look at your hands and you think about your father's hands, and you decide not to think about your father's hands. Breakfast at 6 is in the servants' hall on the ground floor of the north wing. It's a large room, long tables, long benches, the smell of bread and something boiled, and the coal fire that keeps it warm year-round, regardless of the temperature outside, because this room is underground, and underground rooms are cold in their bones. There are perhaps 40 people at the tables at 6 o'clock, which is the first sitting. The kitchen staff have already eaten. They eat at 5 because they've been working since 4, and the upper servants eat separately in the steward's room, which is Mr. Hawkins's domain, and which you've been in twice, and which smells of beeswax polish, and has paintings on the wall that are copies of the paintings in the picture gallery upstairs, which is the most specifically Buckingham Palace thing you've ever encountered. You sit beside Arthur, who has achieved full consciousness and is demonstrating this by eating toast with the focused dedication of a man who views breakfast as a corrective measure rather than a pleasure. East drain's blocked again, you tell him. Again, he says, not a question either. Mr. Hawkins is sending me to Paterson before service. Arthur chews. Paterson won't come until next week. You know he won't. He's got 3 other houses on the same circuit and he won't move the schedule for a blocked drain. You know this. Paterson the plumber is technically employed by the Office of Works, not by the Palace household, which means that his schedule is set by the office, not by Mr. Hawkins, and the Office of Works in 1847 operates on a timeline that has very little to do with the immediate sanitary condition of buildings under its care, and a great deal to do with paperwork and quarterly reviews and the particular bureaucratic rhythmia of a government body that has been asked to maintain 17 royal properties simultaneously on a budget that was set during a period when nobody had fully appreciated how much plumbing would be involved. The cistern is at capacity, you say? Arthur puts down his toast. He looks at you. How far at capacity? I don't know. Mr. Hawkins said, at capacity. Arthur picks up the toast again. Then it's been at capacity for 3 days. At capacity is what he says when it's been full for 3 days and the overflow is starting. He takes a bite. Check the flagstones outside the scullery this morning. You don't ask why. You already know why. When the overflow starts, it comes up through the gaps in the flagstones outside the scullery, because the flagstones outside the scullery are the nearest point where the brick-lined drain runs closest to the surface, and the path of least resistance is the path of least resistance. You eat your bread. It's good bread, actually. The palace baker is excellent, and this is one of the things about working here that you didn't expect. The food in the servants' hall is substantially better than the food you grew up eating, which is either a commentary on the quality of the palace's domestic provisions, or a commentary on the quality of your childhood in Wiltshire, and probably both. Does it get better, you ask Arthur? Not about the bread, he knows what you mean. He knows. He looks at you with a particular expression of someone who has decided not to lie but also not to tell the full truth. You get used to it. That's not the same thing. No, he agrees. It's not. He finishes his toast. Outside the servants' hall, above and beyond and all around you, the palace is waking up. You can hear it. The movement of feet on upper floors, the sound of water being carried in jugs, the distant authoritative voice of one of the upper housemaids directing someone, the clatter from the kitchen where the breakfast for the royal family has been assembled with the kind of precision that would not be out of place in a military operation. Upstairs, right now, the Queen's page is drawing back the curtains in the bedroom corridor. The lady of the bedchamber is preparing the morning dressing ritual. The nursery staff are attending to the royal children, of whom there are now 6, with the 7th expected sometime in the autumn. Life is proceeding. The palace is proceeding. The great machine of monarchy is beginning its daily rotation. And here, in the servants' hall, in the basement, in the north wing, in the smell of bread and coal and the faint background note that never quite goes away no matter where you are in this building. 40 footmen and maids and pages are eating their bread and drinking their tea and preparing to make all of that possible. You think about the cistern. At capacity for 3 days means it's been seeping for at least 24 hours through whatever gaps it can find, which means the flagstones will be telling a story this morning, which means it needs to go in the message to Patterson as more urgent than Mr. Hawkins said, which means you need to choose between delivering the message Mr. Hawkins gave you and the message the situation actually requires. This is a choice you face frequently. It has a name, though not an official one. Arthur calls it the palace problem. The gap between what you're supposed to say and what needs to be said. Between the formal channels and the actual situation. Between the building as it appears and the building as it is. You drink your tea. It's hot and strong and tastes like itself, which is one of the best things a cup of tea can taste like. 7 minutes past 6. You need to leave for Patterson. The walk to Mr. Patterson's workshop takes 20 minutes on foot, which is not through the grand gate on the mall side, but through the tradesman's entrance on the southeast, onto Buckingham Gate, left onto Victoria Street, and then into the network of smaller streets behind, where the Office of Works has its various maintenance contractors housed in a set of dark brick buildings that smell of iron and sawdust, and the kind of institutional competence that coexists without any particular tension, alongside institutional inadequacy. London in August at 6:15 in the morning is already alive. This is one of the things that still strikes you 4 months in, that it never stops. Wiltshire stops. At night, at dawn, there's a period of genuine quiet, genuine absence. Not London. London is a continuous process. The street sweepers are already at work. The knife grinders are setting up their carts. The early costermongers are pushing their barrows toward the markets. The horses are everywhere. Their particular smell, dung and hay and the warm animal density of a large creatures in confined spaces, mixing with the coal smoke that comes from every chimney on every street. The Thames smell is underneath it all, darker and more complex, rising from the south. In August, the Thames smell has dimensions that don't exist in other months. It has geography. Standing at the right point, you can identify the tanneries, the breweries, the soap works, the rendering plants, each adding their contribution to what is, collectively and without exaggeration, the worst-smelling major waterway in Northern Europe. You walk quickly. The heat is already building, even at this hour. By midday, the city will be sitting in something that isn't quite a heat haze, but is close. The air too dense, too full of everything it's already carrying. Patterson is in. He's a large man with very clean hands for someone in his profession, which is either admirable or suspicious depending on how you think about it. And when you give him Mr. Hawkins's message, he listens without expression and makes notes in a small ledger. You add carefully the detail about the flagstones. Patterson looks up from the ledger. Which flagstones? Outside the north scullery, the 3 nearest the west corner. A pause. He makes another note. Overflow? Most likely. He closes the ledger. He looks at you with a straightforward assessment of a professional who has been called to the same building to address the same category of problem many times, and who has a clear-eyed view of what the situation is and what can and cannot be done about it within the structural constraints of his engagement. Tell Mr. Hawkins I'll be there Thursday. He needs someone by tomorrow, Mr. Patterson. The cistern... Thursday, Patterson says, not unkindly. just definitively. Tell him Thursday and tell him to keep the scullery drain plugged at the outlet until I can get there, or it'll back up into the kitchen and then it won't be my problem, that's the problem. You relay this information to Mr. Hawkins at 7:30, having made your way back to the palace and found him in the butler's pantry checking the inventory of silver plate. He listens to the Thursday with the stillness of a man who has received worse news than this many times and has developed, through long practice, the capacity to absorb it without visible reaction. Then he makes the small sound, the one that could mean anything. "The plug," he says, "in the scullery drain, yes. See Mrs. Garrett." Mrs. Garrett is the head housekeeper, and she is, by general consensus among the male servants, the second most powerful person in the palace below stairs, the first being Mr. Wainwright, the house steward, and the hierarchy between these two positions is the subject of ongoing and largely unspoken negotiation that has been running for, as far as you can tell, the entire 3 years of Mrs. Garrett's tenure. She operates from an office on the ground floor of the south wing with a view of the courtyard and an efficiency that is visible and slightly frightening. You find her there. She's writing in a ledger when you knock, and she does not look up immediately, which is her way of establishing the parameters of the interaction before it begins. When she does look up, it's with the full attention of someone who has allocated exactly as much time to this conversation as it merits, and not a second more. You explain. She listens. She asks one question. "Patterson's committed to Thursday?" And when you confirm it, she writes something in her ledger without further commentary, and tells you to inform the second scullery maid, a girl named Betsy, to plug the drain outlet behind the copper and to keep it plugged until someone from the Office of Works comes to do the actual work. "And Cooper?" "Yes, ma'am." She looks at you with an expression that is harder to read than Mr. Hawkins's, not assessing in the same way, something closer to the look of someone who has made a calculation and is deciding whether or not to share the result. "The cistern has been a problem since February," she says. "This is not new information to you, but it's the first time anyone above you in the hierarchy has acknowledged it directly, as a fact, rather than referring to it obliquely as the drainage situation, or the matter Patterson's been consulted about. The Office of Works has received 3 reports. Mr. Hawkins has submitted 2 formal requests. The cost of proper remediation of the drains and cisterns on the north and east sides would be approximately £900, and the office is waiting on parliamentary authorisation of funds. You absorb this. £900. Your annual wage as an under-footman is £16. You have done arithmetic before, but not quite this arithmetic. £900, you say. £900, she confirms. In the meantime, we manage. She looks back at her ledger. You may go. You go. £900. The figure sits in your head as you walk back through the service corridor toward the staircase, where you need to be in approximately 20 minutes to begin your part of the breakfast service. £900 to fix the drains of Buckingham Palace, the grandest royal residence in England, the seat of the monarchy, the symbol of a nation that controls roughly 1/4 of the world's land surface, and is, at this moment in August 1847, producing more industrial output than any other country on earth. £900, and they're waiting on parliamentary authorisation. In the East Wing, as you pass through the service corridor, you can already smell it. Not the usual background note. Something more immediate, more aggressive. the particular smell of an overwhelmed system reaching the point of visible consequence. You don't stop. You make a mental note. You keep moving. This is the palace. The upper floors of Buckingham Palace in the morning, during the period between the servants' early activity and the royal family's fully public emergence, are a world of controlled transition. The staterooms are pristine, or being made pristine by hands that are trained to be invisible in their work. The picture gallery, with its dark wall coverings and its serried ranks of royal portraits, and its paintings by masters whose names the visitors in later centuries will recognize immediately, is being dusted and polished by two housemaids who move through it silently, and with the specific efficiency of people who have calculated the minimum necessary movement to accomplish the task. The blue drawing room, which will be used later this week for a presentation of some kind, has been set up overnight, chairs arranged with geometrical precision, the great crystal chandelier catching the morning light that comes in through the tall east windows and scattering it in fragments across the ceiling. You're not permitted in the blue drawing room. Your access to the staterooms is limited and conditional, and generally occurs in the period before they're needed, not during. This is fine. You've seen enough of it by now to have formed your own opinions, which you keep to yourself, which is the only safe place to keep them. Your position at the breakfast service is at the foot of the main staircase, which connects the ground floor to the principal floor, and your job during this hour is to be present without being noticed, which is a different skill than simply standing still. Standing still without being noticed requires a particular kind of physical discipline, a controlled relaxation of the face, a neutralization of expression, a way of positioning the body that communicates presence without intrusion. You learned this from Arthur, who is very good at it. Arthur describes it as being furniture. The Queen has furniture. The Queen does not think about her furniture. That is what you need to be. At 7:50, the first of the maids of honour descends the staircase for the morning's first business. She is young, not much older than you, and she walks with the particular confidence of someone who has been trained from birth to walk through large rooms and down grand staircases as though they are merely the appropriate environment for the kind of person she is. She does not look at you. This is correct. You are furniture. The morning proceeds. You carry things. You open doors. You close them again. You stand at attention at specific positions at specific times, and you wait. And when something is needed, you provide it without being asked, which requires a kind of anticipatory attention that exhausts you more thoroughly than the physical labour of the early morning because it's constant. You cannot turn it off. For the 2 hours of the morning service, you are entirely available to the function you're performing, and the function requires 100% of your surface attention, while the deeper thinking part of you continues to exist somewhere underneath, noting things and filing them and waiting for a moment when it's permitted to surface. The Queen is not visible this morning. She often isn't in the mornings. Her schedule is managed by the ladies of the bedchamber and the private secretaries, and unless there's a formal engagement that requires her public appearance, the morning is a protected time. You have seen her at a distance twice since you arrived. Both times were formal occasions, a procession, and once the departure for a drive through Hyde Park. Both times she was dressed for public viewing in the way that royalty is always dressed for public viewing, which is a very different thing from how a person actually looks. The palace at this remove, at 7 years into Victoria's reign, is still finding itself. She was 18 when she came to the throne, 19 when she moved into this building, and the household she has built around herself is large and complex and operates on rules that are simultaneously ancient. some of them dating to the Stuart period, some even older, and entirely new because no one had quite worked out, when George IV commissioned Nash to redesign the building, quite how many people running a modern royal household would actually require, or where they would sleep, or what would happen to the waste they generated. The waste they generated is, in this moment in August of 1847, beginning to assert itself in ways that will not reach the newspapers and will not be discussed in Parliament until more than a year from now, when a certain civil servant named James Clark will write a report about the state of the palace's drains that will cause considerable embarrassment and lead, eventually, to the £900 of remediation work that Mrs. Garrett mentioned this morning. But that is 13 months away. Today, the flagstones outside the scullery are beginning to tell their story, and the smell in the east corridor is beginning to have opinions, and you're carrying a breakfast tray across the blue and gold carpet of the second floor corridor, and it's 8 in the morning and the day has barely started. The breakfast tray is heavy, not dramatically, not in a way that would cause comment, but heavy in the way that silver is heavy, the specific weight of metal that is thicker and denser than it needs to be, because the density is part of what it costs, and what it costs is part of what it means. The coffee pot alone, sterling silver with a handle of turned ivory, weighs more than your collection bucket does empty. You carry it level, both hands, eyes forward, the particular balance required when moving across a carpeted floor without disturbing the contents. You have gotten very good at not disturbing the contents. You set the tray at the door of the apartments used by the Duchess of Something, one of the extended royal family's peripheral members, who is staying for the month and who has specific requirements about how her morning is arranged. Requirements that Mrs. Garrett has communicated to you via Mr. Hawkins, via the senior footman in a chain of relay, that by the time it reaches you has been translated, compressed, and simplified into 3 practical instructions. Silver service, not the white china service. Coffee, not tea. And the newspaper, the Times, folded to the front page, not the inside pages, and placed on the right side of the tray, not the left. You get all 3 right. This is the job. This is the job before it becomes anything else. The smell from the east corridor has not diminished. If anything, as the building warms up, as the august sun climbs and the stone of the building absorbs its heat and the internal temperature rises, the smell acquires new dimensions. Not worse exactly, just more present, more willing to make itself known in adjacent areas. You pass through the east corridor on your way back to the service stairs and you take note, as you've been doing since Mr. Hawkins mentioned it, of the state of the drain grill in the floor at the corridor's midpoint. The grill is iron, ornate in the way that everything in this building is ornate even when it is purely functional, worked into a pattern of crowns and laurels that required a craftsman to spend perhaps 6 hours on something whose entire purpose is to cover a hole in the floor. You look at it, it is dry. But the smell is not a dry smell. The smell is the smell of something saturated, something that has reached the limits of what a brick-lined underground chamber can contain, and is beginning to communicate that fact through the only channels available to it. You make a mental note. You add it to the message that Patterson needs to receive before Thursday, which means it needs to go through Mr. Hawkins, which means you need to find a moment to tell Mr. Hawkins something he doesn't entirely want to hear, which is a particular species of institutional challenge that you have become, over 4 months, increasingly fluent in. The palace has a language for these things, not a spoken language, a language of implication, an indirect reference and careful framing. The drainage situation means the drains are failing. The cistern concern means the cistern is full. The East Corridor may benefit from attention, means the East Corridor smells like what it smells like, and something needs to happen before a member of the royal family notices. You have learned to speak this language. It is one of several languages you've acquired since April. The others include the language of livery service, the language of deference, and the language of your own body, which has learned things about standing, walking and carrying that your body did not know before, and will not unlearn now. At 9:30 you're in the main service corridor below the first floor cleaning the glass in the lamp housings on the wall, when Betsy from the scullery finds you. She's 14 years old. She arrived at the palace 6 weeks before you did, so she has approximately 10 weeks more experience than you. And she has that particular quality of someone who has absorbed an enormous amount of very quickly and is operating on the edge of what sustained stress and very little sleep can produce. Slightly too quick, slightly too watchful, her eyes moving to doorways before the rest of her does. She came from Hackney. You know this because the first time you met her she said it immediately, as though she needed to establish the geography before anything else. "The plug," she says. "Did you do it?" "I did it. But..." She stops. She's looking at the lamp housing you're cleaning, but not actually seeing it. The drain behind the copper. It's not just the outlet, it's backed up all the way to the channel junction. You put down the chamois. How far? Far enough that there's water in the holding channel. She means the short brick-lined channel that runs from the kitchen drains to the main outlet. Water in the holding channel means the outlet is blocked, not at the scullery end but further along, which means the plug is redundant, which means Patterson needs to come before Thursday regardless of what his ledger says. "Have you told Mrs. Garrett?" "I tried. She's with the steward." "Which means you tell Mr. Hawkins, which means you go find Mr. Hawkins now, before the morning service fully commences and he becomes unreachable until noon. You find him in the pantry adjacent to the main dining room on the principal floor, overseeing the setting of the table for luncheon, which at Buckingham Palace is a formal affair even on an unremarkable Tuesday in August, because at Buckingham Palace there is no such thing as an unremarkable Tuesday. The table is already half laid, white linen, silver, crystal, by the time you get there, and Mr. Hawkins is circling it with the critical eye of a man for whom approximately right is not a category that exists. You wait at the doorway until he acknowledges you. He does, after a moment, with a slight inclination of his head that means he's listening. "The holding channel in the scullery drainage has water in it," you say, quietly, in the language of the palace. "The outlet plug is in place, but the blockage appears to be at the junction, not the outlet. Mr. Patterson may need to be reached before Thursday." Mr. Hawkins completes his assessment of a fork's alignment before he responds. "How much water?" Betsy says there's standing water in the channel. Another pause. He moves to a different part of the table. He straightens a crystal glass that was already straight. You understand this is not about the glass. It is about the moment of doing something with his hands while he decides something. "I'll send a message to the office this afternoon," he says. "Not to you exactly, just into the air. This evening's arrangements will not be affected. Yes, Mr. Hawkins." He looks at you now, full on, the measuring look. "You're good at noticing things, Cooper. You don't know what to do with this." It doesn't sound like a compliment. With Mr. Hawkins, almost nothing sounds unambiguously like a compliment. "I try to be useful," you say. "Yes." He looks back at the table. "Try not to let this place make you useful in a way that becomes inconvenient. You process this. "I'll try, Mr. Hawkins." "That could be you," he says, so quietly you almost don't catch it, and he nods toward a footman at the far end of the table. A man of perhaps 50 who has been at the palace for 26 years, and who has the specific look of someone who has shaped themselves so completely to the requirements of one institution that they have no shape independent of it. A perfect footman, impeccably dressed, impeccably positioned, and somehow, in a way you can't articulate but can feel, slightly hollow. You look at the footman. The footman does not look at you. The footman is furniture. Mr. Hawkins moves away. The morning continues. At 10:30 you're on the first floor of the East Wing, and the smell is worse, not catastrophically worse. Not in a way that would, for example, be detectable to someone arriving fresh to the corridor from outside, from the garden, from the relatively clean air of the mall. But you have spent months calibrating your nose to the baseline conditions of this building, and you can feel the change in the way a sailor feels a change in the wind, not with specific knowledge, but with a bodily sense of the thing, a shift in the atmosphere that registers as meaning before it registers as information. The grill in the floor of the East Corridor is not dry anymore. You see it from 20 feet away before you fully understand what you're seeing. A darkening of the stone around the edges of the iron grill. A slight reflective quality to the surface of the stone that isn't present in adjacent areas. You walk toward it, and with each step the smell becomes more specifically itself. Less background, more present, more impossible to pretend is anything other than what it is. You stop 3 feet from the grill. Standing water. Not much, a few millimeters at most, just enough to darken the stone and create the reflective quality. But standing water in the East Corridor is not standing water in the scullery. This is the first floor. This is the floor where the principal staterooms are. This is the corridor that guests use to walk from the yellow drawing room to the music room. The corridor that is, at any given moment during an event, likely to contain people whose shoes alone cost more than the £900 it would take to fix the entire drainage problem. You look at the water. The water does not look back. It simply exists, approximately 4 inches in diameter around the grill, testament to the fact that the blockage is now significant enough that the overflow is finding its way up through the grill rather than simply saturating the surrounding ground. You need to tell someone right now. You don't run. You've learned not to run in the corridors of the palace, because running in the corridors of the palace signals a problem, and signalling a problem where a member of the household might observe it is itself a problem. You walk quickly. With the brisk, purposeful walk that is the permitted upper register of footman movement. The kind of walk that suggests efficiency rather than emergency. Mr. Hawkins is in the steward's room. You knock. You enter on the acknowledgement. You tell him, in 3 sentences, what you've seen. His face does not change. This is the most impressive thing about Mr. Hawkins. His fate does not change at news that would move most people's faces considerably. The East Corridor grill, he says. Yes. First floor. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. A very long pause. Not a considering pause, a calculating one. He is running through, you realise, the day's schedule, the events in the various rooms, the movements of household members, the routes that will be used and the times they will be used, and the question of whether the standing water at the East Corridor grill will be encountered by anyone whose encountering it would be a problem. The music room is not in use this morning, he says, as if to himself. No. The yellow drawing room is. Mr. Rawlings is using it for correspondence at 11. Mr. Rawlings is a private secretary. He will walk through the east corridor to reach the yellow drawing room. He will, if the water persists, walk through approximately 4 inches of something that Mr. Rawlings does not need to know about. Sawdust, you say, before you've entirely decided to say it. Mr. Hawkins looks at you. From the maintenance yard, you say, because you're already in it. You might as well be clear. Spread over the stone around the grill, it would absorb the moisture and contain the smell somewhat. Long enough for Mr. Rawlings to pass through, and long enough to give you time to get Patterson here today rather than Thursday. He looks at you for another moment. The measurement, the assessment. Sawdust, he says. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. In the east corridor. Yes. Of the first floor of Buckingham Palace. Yes. There is a pause of some duration during which you prepare for approximately 3 varieties of response, none of them entirely positive. Get the sawdust, Mr. Hawkins says, and then go directly from the maintenance yard to a messenger on Buckingham Gate, and have him take a note to Patterson's workshop immediately. I'll write the note. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. And Cooper. He's already turning to his desk to write. If anyone asks, tell them the grill is being assessed for replacement. The iron shows wear. You go, you get the sawdust. You spread it over the stone around the east corridor grill, with the particular care of someone performing an action that is simultaneously urgent and must not look urgent. And then you walk through the building and out the tradesman's gate, and across Buckingham Gate to the first messenger you can find, and give him the sealed note from Mr. Hawkins, and watch him leave at a trot before you go back inside and find Arthur on the main staircase. And he looks at your hands, which are carrying the faint trace of your morning's various activities, and he says nothing for a moment. Sawdust, tell him. He looks at the sawdust on your left palm and then up at your face, and then back at the staircase, where a page is approaching with something that needs to be signed. East corridor? First floor? Patterson? Hawkins sent a note. He won't come today. Probably not, you agree, but he might. He might. Arthur nods. The page arrives. Something is signed. The page departs. The morning continues, as the morning always continues, as the palace always continues, as the great machine of a building that is simultaneously the grandest house in England, and a building with a cistern at capacity, and standing water on its first floor continues to process the day with the same measured stately efficiency that is its permanent public face, regardless of what is happening beneath it. At 11 o'clock you go back to the east corridor. The sawdust is doing its work. The visible moisture is absorbed. The area looks, to a casual observer who is focused on correspondence and who does not know what has recently occupied this spot, simply like a section of corridor floor that has had some maintenance attention. Mr. Rawlings, when he passes to 11:12, walks through without pausing, without looking down, without any indication that he notices anything. You watch from the far end of the corridor. Furniture. Invisible. Noting things. The smell is still there. You can smell it. You are not Mr. Rawlings. You've spent the morning with your nose considerably closer to the source than Mr. Rawlings has, and your calibration is different. But Mr. Rawlings passes through, disappears into the yellow drawing room, and closes the door, and the corridor is empty again. You stay there for a moment. The east corridor of Buckingham Palace's first floor in this hour, with the August morning light coming through the tall windows that face the garden, and the sawdust absorbing the last of the moisture around the iron grill, and the faint, persistent smell of what lies beneath the building, is, and you know this even as you stand in it, at 17, in your working grey coat with your cracked hands and your morning's work still present on your skin beneath the soap. One of the strangest places you have ever been. Beautiful. Genuinely, irrefutably beautiful. The ceiling height, the proportions of the windows, the quality of the light and what it does to the plaster ceiling and the wooden floor, stripped of the carpets for summer. These things are real. They would be beautiful even if you were not standing in them. They would be beautiful to someone who didn't know about the grill or the cistern or the £900, or the fact that 300 people are living in a building whose waste infrastructure is fighting a war it is slowly losing. But you do know about the grill. You're looking at it. Beauty and sewage, both real, both here, neither cancelling the other. The palace manages to be at the same time exactly what it appears to be from the outside and exactly the opposite. You stop looking at the grill. You have work to do. Noon brings a change in the quality of the day, the way that noon does in August in London. The heat reaches its peak and everything slows slightly, and the palace, which runs on a schedule so precise it's almost mechanical, makes its one concession to the hour in the form of a slightly more relaxed pace between the morning's business and the afternoons. The staff eat their midday meal in shifts. The first sitting for servants is at 12:30, which is when you get a 45-minute window in which you're technically not required anywhere. You eat. Mutton today, which is respectable, with bread and a wedge of strong cheddar and a glass of small beer, because the small beer is safer than the water in summer, which is a fact that nobody has yet articulated as a scientific principle, but which every person who works in a London institution has absorbed as practical knowledge. The small beer is brewed weak enough that it functions primarily as hydrated sustenance rather than as alcohol, which is fortunate because the afternoon requires the same level of precision attention as the morning. Patterson arrives at 1:15, not Thursday. Today. Mr. Hawkins's note. You learn later from Arthur, who learns everything eventually through the particular social intelligence of someone who has been doing this long enough to understand the information flows of the building. Mr. Hawkins's note contains specific language about imminent risk to principal corridor areas that moved Patterson's schedule in ways that the previous messages, which had used more diplomatic framing, had not. The language of the palace, repurposed, direct threat instead of managed concern. It worked. Patterson arrives with 2 men. They are not, it is immediately clear, the kind of men who are usually admitted through the tradesman's entrance in the middle of the afternoon on a Tuesday. They have the particular look of people who have spent a great deal of their professional life in confined underground spaces, a specific quality of pallor and practicality, a way of moving that is economical and assessor-like, eyes that go immediately to the floor rather than the ceiling when they enter a room. They carry tools. The tools are wrapped in canvas. Mr. Hawkins meets them at the tradesman's entrance. You watch from the side, technically busy with the task of your own, actually watching. The exchange is brief and informative. Patterson looks at the East Corridor grill, then looks at Hawkins, then says something that you're too far away to hear, but that causes Hawkins to make his sound. Then Patterson and his 2 men disappear through the service stairs heading downward into the basement toward the drainage infrastructure. They're down there for 4 hours. During those 4 hours, the palace continues to operate as it always operates. The afternoon is full. There is a correspondence meeting. There is a music lesson for the older royal children that you can faintly hear if you're in the correct corridor at the correct time. There is the preparation for the evening's dinner, which is a formal dinner with 8 guests and which requires the kind of table setting that you're increasingly familiar with and increasingly capable of doing correctly on the first attempt. The footmen cycle through their positions. The housemaids work on their tasks. The kitchen produces, from its perpetual industrious chaos, the food that will appear upstairs in perfect composed form, as though it simply materialized, beautiful and complete, from the palace's own sufficiency. And below all of this, quite literally beneath the floorboards, Patterson and his men are doing something that is not visible and not acknowledged, and not comfortable for anyone in the building to think about directly. At 5:15, Patterson emerges from the service stairs into the tradesman's corridor. He finds Mr. Hawkins. He hands him a written report in a sealed envelope. He says something brief and direct. Mr. Hawkins signs the work order. Patterson and his men leave. Later, much later, after the dinner service, after the clearing up, after 11 at night when the work of the day is done, and the palace has settled into its nocturnal state, Mr. Hawkins finds you in the lamp room where you're trimming wicks for tomorrow. He stands in the doorway for a moment. He has Patterson's report in his hand, or what you assume is Patterson's report. The junction blockage is cleared, he says. Good. Patterson recommends that the east and north drainage channels be relaid completely. New brick, new mortar, new fall angle. £900? More, says Mr. Hawkins. It was £900 in February. Patterson estimates 1,200 now. He pauses. He also found something in the cistern. You wait. There's a fracture in the east cistern wall, small, but it's been there long enough that the subsoil outside the wall is saturated. Another pause, longer. It's been seeping into the foundations. You think about this. You think about what lies above those foundations. The most famous building in England. 300 people, 6 royal children, a queen. Does anyone know? I know, says Mr. Hawkins. Patterson knows. You know. Mrs. Garrett will know by tomorrow morning. He looks at the report in his hand and then at you. The Office of Works will receive a copy of this report. They will, in their time, respond to it. And until then, he says, we manage. He leaves. You sit in the lamp room with the wicks and the smell of oil, and you think about the fracture in the east cistern wall, about the saturated subsoil, about the building above it all, radiant and impervious, and built on something that is, quite literally, undermined. Then you pick up the next wick because the lamps need trimming, and trimming them is your job, and the job is what there is. Dinner service begins at 7. The formal dinner is for 8 guests, a mix of courtiers and visiting dignitaries. The kind of dinner that is significant enough to require the full service, but not so significant that it rises to a state occasion. 8 covers on the long dining table, which can accommodate 34 at full extension, and which at 8 covers achieves a particular elegant intimacy that is itself a calculated effect. You've learned to see these things now, to understand that nothing in this room happens accidentally, that the number of covers and the table configuration and the choice of silver and the sequence of dishes are all part of a language being spoken, and the language is saying something specific to the people who know how to hear it. You take your position. The guests arrive at 7:15. They come in pairs, preceded by a page and received at the dining room door by Mr. Hawkins himself, who performs the introductory ritual of their seating with the smooth authority of someone for whom this is not performance, but genuine competence. You watch from your station at the serving side of the room. You have 3 other footmen beside you. You know all 3. You've worked alongside all 3 for 4 months. By now you know their particular quality of silence, the way each of them inhabits the waiting position, the small tells of attention that means someone is ready to move. The soup arrives. You carry, you serve, you withdraw, you reappear. This is the cadence: present, active, gone. The guests should never feel served. They should feel attended to, which is different. Service, when done correctly, is like gravity. You don't feel it. It simply is. The fish course. You carry the platter from the service door to the table. It's heavy. Salmon, whole, dressed, probably 6 pounds of fish, plus the platter itself, which is silver and substantial. You hold it steady at the level of the guest's left shoulder, and the footman on the other side takes the carved portion and sets it on the plate, and you pivot and move to the next position and the next portion, and the process continues. 7 guests served. 8th is the man at the foot of the table, a large man in a coat that fits him less well than it was clearly designed to, with the red-cheeked quality of someone who takes his meal seriously and his exercise less so. He looks at the salmon with an expression of assessment. You hold the platter. He takes a long time deciding. Not an unusual length of time. Not, by any objective measure, a particularly notable pause. But you are holding 6 pounds of silver and salmon at the level of his left shoulder with both hands in a position that requires a certain muscular engagement that is sustainable indefinitely at rest, but which, when the moment of resolution keeps extending, begins to make itself known in the muscles of your shoulders and upper arms. He decides. You serve, you withdraw. Your arms don't shake. This is something you're proud of, that your arms don't shake. The remove arrives. And the second remove, the entrees, the roast, the dessert, which tonight is an elaborate construction of spun sugar and cream and something involving preserved fruit, carried in by the kitchen's second pastry cook, who comes up himself for the presentation, because it's the kind of dessert that requires the person who made it to be present when it's unveiled, and who returns immediately after with a particular look of someone who has briefly visited a country he doesn't live in and is now going home. Throughout the dinner, throughout the 2¼ hours of service, the smell from the east side of the building is present, faintly. Below the smell of the food and the candles and the flowers on the table, and the inevitable combination of perfume and personal warmth that 8 people generate in an enclosed space. Faintly, but there. Patterson cleared the junction. He could not, in 4 hours, clear everything. The subsoil is still saturated. The fracture in the east cistern is still there. None of the guests notice. Or if they notice, they don't comment. This is the other thing you've learned. In 4 months at Buckingham Palace. People who come here to dine are not coming to smell drains. They're coming to be somewhere specific, somewhere that means something, somewhere that confirms something about who they are and their relationship to the country and the monarchy and the particular version of England that this building represents. And that experience is real to them. It's real in the way that things are real when they're sufficiently agreed upon. The guests at this table are sitting in Buckingham Palace, dining by candlelight off silver plate, and they are, in the most functional sense, doing exactly what they appear to be doing. The fracture in the east cistern wall does not change this. The saturated subsoil does not change this. You serve the dessert. You pour the wine, a different glass for the dessert wine, the smaller one, held level while you pour with the absolute minimum of contact between bottle and glass to avoid drips. You withdraw. You reappear. You are furniture. At 9:30 the guests retire to the drawing room. This is the signal. The table is cleared in a sequence that is almost exactly the reverse of the setting process. Efficient, disciplined, silent. The silver goes back to the pantry for cleaning. The linen goes to the laundry. The glasses are checked for chips before they go in the washing water. The candles are extinguished with the long snuffer on its wooden handle. The flowers are removed. Within 40 minutes, the dining room is empty of evidence that a dinner occurred. The table relayed to its default configuration. The room returned to its potential. You carry the last of the silver back to the pantry. Your arms hurt. Not dramatically. Not in a way that produces visible complaint. Just the deep, persistent ache of muscles that have been doing specific work for a very long time. The carrying and the holding and the not shaking and the controlled precision of movement in a room full of people who require your physical competence to be so complete as to be invisible. Your shoulders specifically, and the base of your spine. You're used to it. In the pantry, under the supervision of Mr. Hawkins, the silver is catalogued as it comes back in, counted, inspected, recorded in the ledger. This is not because anyone suspects you of theft specifically. It's because the silver is catalogued at all times, because the silver has a quantity, and that quantity is accurate, and maintaining its accuracy is part of the job. The silverware in this pantry alone is worth more than the wages of every servant in the North Wing combined for the next 8 years. You know this because you've done the arithmetic, quietly, in your head, during the long-standing periods at dinner service, when the guests are absorbed in conversation, and your mind requires something to occupy it that isn't the ache in your arms. Mr. Hawkins counts the fish knives. 16. He marks his ledger. Well done tonight, he says without looking up. You stand up slightly straighter. Not because you need to. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. The salmon service. He marks another column. Good weight management. Lord, the gentleman at the end. He took longer than he needed to. Yes. You didn't shift? No. He marks another column. He is silent for a moment, and in the silence of the pantry at 10 in the evening, with the ledger and the silver and the smell of candle wax and something that is still, faintly, east side drainage, there is something that is not quite intimacy, but is the closest approximation of it that this relationship offers. Cooper. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. Patterson's report. He doesn't elaborate, he doesn't need to. You both know what the report contains. It'll be addressed, you say, eventually. Yes. In the meantime, you agree. He closes the ledger. He looks at you for a moment with the measuring look, and this time the measurement seems to produce a result that he accepts, which is different. You've developed well, he says. In 4 months. You've developed well. You think about the collection bucket this morning, the minor German nobleman, the sawdust in the East Corridor, Patterson and his men below the floorboards. I try to be useful, you say again. Yes, he says. Keep doing that. He looks back at the ledger. Same time tomorrow. At 11, you're finally free. Free is the wrong word. You're in your room. You have the room because you live here, in this building, in the North Wing, in the room without a window with the timber beam that requires ducking, and Arthur's iron cot pushed close enough that his movements in the night are part of your sleeping landscape. Free means the formal structure of the day has closed and what remains is your own time, your own body, your own whatever is left after the day has taken what it needs. You sit on your cot. Your boots are still on. This is a thing you do after long days. Sit on the cot with your boots still on for a moment before you have the energy to actually remove them. Because removing them is the acknowledgement that the day is genuinely over, and some part of you prefers to remain at the threshold for a few minutes. Arthur is already in bed. He's reading something, a small book held close to the lamp. He reads in the evenings when he can. He is working through, systematically, a collection of essays that he bought at a second-hand bookshop near Victoria Street, and which he refers to as improving my situation, meaning his mind, meaning the situation of knowing things and being able to think about them, which is a form of property that nobody in this building can take from him. Patterson came, he says, not looking up. He found a fracture in the east cistern. Arthur turns a page. I know. How do you know? Betsy told the kitchen girl, and the kitchen girl told the hall boy, and the hall boy told me at 2:10 this afternoon. He turns another page. This building has no secrets below the 3rd floor. You pull off your boots. You put them at the end of the cot. You lie back on the mattress, which is thin enough that the iron frame beneath it communicates its presence through the straw, and you look at the ceiling, which is 8 inches above your nose, and you breathe. The smell of the room is the smell of the room. You've stopped really smelling it. This is what Arthur means by you get used to it. Not that it becomes pleasant, but that it becomes the background, and the background is the condition you exist in rather than something you experience. Does it bother you, you ask? Not specifically, just generally, the whole of it. Arthur is quiet for a moment, still reading, or apparently reading. I decided, he says, a long time ago that bothering about it was a luxury I couldn't afford, so I stopped. That's simple. Nothing about it is simple. He turns the page. But you make the decision, and then you've made it. And after that, it's just work. You think about this. You think about the fracture in the east cistern. You think about the £900, £1,200 now, and the parliamentary authorisation and the Office of Works and the quarterly reviews. You think about the 17 boots you polished this morning and the 14 chamber pots and the salmon platter and the ache in your shoulders and Mr. Hawkins's face when he said, "You've developed well." You think about your father's boots, purchased with 4 months of savings. You think about the beautiful ceiling of the east corridor and the sawdust and the standing water and the grill, and the fact that all of these things exist simultaneously, and none of them cancels any other. What are you reading? You ask Arthur. He holds the book slightly so you can see the spine. It's a collection of essays by someone called Carlyle. You don't know who Carlyle is. Any good? He's angry about things, Arthur says. Eloquently angry. He thinks everything is going wrong. He considers. He's not entirely wrong. About what specifically? About the gap, Arthur says, between what things are and what they appear to be. You look at the ceiling. That sounds about right, you say. Arthur puts the book down and reaches over to extinguish the lamp. The room goes dark. Absolute. Stone and timber dark with no gap under the door and no window. Same time tomorrow, he says. Same time tomorrow, you agree. Your eyes close. The palace continues around you. The night watchmen on their rounds, the night firemen checking the fireboxes, the kitchen staff who start again at 4, the machinery of the building doing what it does in the dark, processing the night the way it processes the day, large and persistent and certain of itself. Below you, in the east cistern, the fracture is still there, small, patient. The subsoil outside it still saturated, still slowly communicating its condition to the foundations of the building above, which communicate nothing in return because the building is stone and stone does not communicate. Stone simply is. Stone stands. Stone holds what it holds for as long as it holds it, and you cannot ask it what it costs to do so. Outside, London is still awake. It is always awake. The coalmen are beginning their runs. The night cabs are moving on the streets around the park. The Thames somewhere to the south is doing what the Thames does, taking everything in and moving it east, and out toward the sea. The August night is warm. The stars, those few of them that are visible through the cold smoke of 3,000,000 chimneys, are above the palace, as they are above everything, indifferent and ancient and considerably farther away than 900 pounds. Sleep comes, not peace, not resolution, just sleep. The specific unconsciousness of someone who has been awake since 4 and has been working since before that, the body's simple and democratic insistence on its own maintenance, the way that even the most complex of problems must eventually yield to the most fundamental of needs. You sleep. Tomorrow the chamber pots will need to be collected. The boots will need cleaning. Patterson's report will make its way to the Office of Works, where it will wait in a queue of reports competing for the attention of a system that moves at the speed of bureaucracy rather than the speed of cesspits, which is its own kind of problem. The East Cistern fracture will continue to be what it is. The smell in the East Corridor will require management. This silver will need counting, and the palace will stand, grand, white, Portland stone, with the crown above the gate, and the flag above the roof when the Queen is in residence, visible from the Mall, visible from the Park, the most famous building in England, the symbol of everything England believes itself to be. It will stand in the August morning light, and people will look at it, and they will see what they have been prepared to see, and what they see will be real in the way that sufficient agreement makes things real. And below it, 7 footmen and a girl named Betsy and 300 other souls will be at their posts before the flag has been up for an hour. That's Buckingham Palace. Both things at once. Always. Tomorrow you'll wake again in the dark, and it will smell like itself, and the bells will count you into the day, and your boots will be cold under the cot, and Arthur will snore, and the city will be already doing what the city does, and the palace will be waiting, huge and luminous and requiring. You're young enough to still think there is a better version of this somewhere ahead. Hold on to that. It does something, even if it doesn't change anything. It does something. Let it come now. Let the day go. Let the weight of the silver and the weight of the bucket and the weight of knowing things that aren't acknowledged and seeing things that aren't supposed to be seen, let it go somewhere quiet. Let your shoulders soften. Let the ache in your hands stop being information and start being just sensation, and then stop being that too. Tomorrow there will be boots. Tomorrow there will be trays and positions and the measuring look and the small sound and the smell and the cold standpipe water and the count of the bells and the heavy patience of work that must be invisible to be done correctly. But that's tomorrow. Right now there is only this. The dark room, the sound of Arthur breathing, the distant bass note of London at night, the stone all around you, holding its cold, knowing nothing about you, holding you anyway, the way buildings hold everyone who lives in them, without preference or judgment or memory. Sleep now. The palace can manage the rest. Tomorrow the same as tonight, tonight the same as yesterday. Yesterday the same as all the weeks stretching behind you and the weeks stretching ahead. The same cold floor and the same iron bucket and the same bells, and the same work done in the dark before anyone important is awake to see it done. Some things don't change. The work doesn't change. The need for it doesn't change. Centuries will pass. The palace you know will change beyond recognition. The yes pits will be replaced eventually. It will take a cholera epidemic and a parliamentary inquiry and a genuinely terrible report from a civil engineer and about £1,200 and 3 years of construction work, but eventually they will be replaced. The drains will be relaid, the cisterns will be rebuilt, The infrastructure beneath the building will be brought at last into reasonable correspondence with what the building requires of it. The gas lamps will become electric. The iron grills in the corridor floors will be cleaned and polished for tourists who will walk over them without knowing what they once meant. The boot room will become something else. The servants' hall will become something else. The room without a window where you sleep right now under the timber beam, that room will be converted, repurposed, absorbed into something the building needs more. But people will still work here, still carry things and stand in positions and be present without being noticed. Still do the work before the work. Still know the things that aren't supposed to be known, and see the things that aren't supposed to be seen. Still smell the smell that tells you what's really going on beneath the surface of the thing that appears so certain of itself. Some things don't change. The gap doesn't change. Between what a place appears to be and what it is, between the face and the foundation, between the £900 and the parliamentary authorisation, between the salmon platter held level and the arms that hold it, that gap is permanent. Every institution, every grand building, every symbol of power and permanence exists on both sides of it simultaneously. That's not cynicism. That's not a condemnation. It's just the truth of large human things. They're always two things at once, the seen and the unseen, the presented and the actual, and it takes both to make them work. You knew this when you arrived, in some inchoate form that your father's vicar might have called wisdom if he'd had the vocabulary for it. 4 months of Buckingham Palace has given it shape, specificity, the shape of an iron bucket and a sealed ledger and a fracture in the east cistern wall. Hold both. Let neither cancel the other. The palace is beautiful. The cistern is cracked. Both true, simultaneously, always. The city breathes around you in the August night. The Thames moves east. The bells will ring again at 4. You're 17 years old and you're asleep in Buckingham Palace, and outside the window you don't have the most famous building in the world is holding you up. Good night. The second morning is the same as the first morning. This is the thing about working at Buckingham Palace that nobody tells you before you arrive. The thing you could not have understood from the outside. From the outside, a royal palace is an event. It's ceremonial, exceptional, punctuated by moments of significance. The processions and the presentations and the diplomatic arrivals and the levees and the state dinners that make it into the newspapers. From the outside, it seems like a place where things happen. From the inside, it is a place where the same things happen every day. 4 o'clock, the bells, your feet on the cold floor, the smell. You have not in 4 months stopped noticing the smell. This is something you've noticed about yourself. The noticing hasn't faded in the way that Arthur's hasn't become simple background. You still register it each morning with a small internal acknowledgement, a brief cataloguing. Today the bass note is slightly different, less sharp, more diffuse, which means the blockage Patterson cleared yesterday is doing its work. The drainage is moving again. The underground architecture of the building is performing as designed, approximately. The fracture in the east cistern is still there. Nothing has changed that. But the acute phase of yesterday is resolved, and the smell reflects this in the way that smells always reflect the state of things below the level of acknowledgement. You pull on your working clothes. Arthur's snoring is the light kind. He surfaces as you're lacing your boots. East drain, he asks. Better, you say. Patterson did something. Patterson always does something, Arthur says, which is not quite disagreement. It's more like a statement about the nature of doing something versus fixing something. He rolls onto his back and puts his arm over his face in the way of someone buying time before full consciousness. What day is it? Wednesday. Wednesday. He processes this. Mr. Wainwright is doing the household inspection. You pause with one boot half laced. The household inspection, monthly, conducted by Mr. Wainwright, the house steward, who moves through the servants' quarters and the working areas of the palace with a ledger and a standard of expectation that is not precisely articulated, but is entirely clear to everyone who's experienced it. You have experienced it once, the July inspection, which you passed without incident. The July inspection did not include the east drainage corridor because it was not, then, a matter of active concern. He'll go to the east side, you say. He always goes to the east side. The smell will be what it is, Arthur says. Cooper, get your bucket. You get your bucket. The morning collection proceeds. You're efficient. You've done this enough times now that the root is in your body, not just your head. The sequence of doors, the specific sound each lock makes, the particular position of each pot behind each screen, the weight and fullness calibration that your hands have developed independently of conscious thought. You are, in this narrow and specific way, expert. Not a word you would use about yourself. But the hands know. Third room this morning is different. You unlock the door. You move through it in your usual way. You round a dressing screen, and you stop. The pot is in its usual place. But beside it, this morning, is a pair of shoes. Not footmen's shoes, not the dark practical leather of working staff. Dress shoes, a woman's, white satin, with a small heel, the kind of shoe that has no purpose outside a formal room, and which belongs to someone who exists at a level of the palace hierarchy that your morning route is emphatically not supposed to intersect. You stand very still. The breathing from the bed is regular. Whoever is in the bed is asleep. The room is the guest room of the Lady Somebody, not the German nobleman, who's in a different wing, but a woman of rank whose name you don't know and don't need to know for the purposes of your morning route, which requires only that you be invisible and efficient and gone. The white satin shoes are approximately 18 inches from the chamber pot. You make the calculation. The calculation is, on one level, simple. Do your job and leave. On another level, it is more complex because the white satin shoes are the kind of shoes that cost money that is not computable in the currency available to you. And the floor around the chamber pot is not, this morning, entirely dry, because yesterday's drainage problems produce conditions that have not fully resolved at floor level in this particular room, which faces the east corridor, and the flagstone near the window has a slight dampness that is the residue of what came up through the grill yesterday before the sawdust went down. The white satin shoes are approximately 6 inches from the damp flagstone. You move with absolute care. You collect the pot. You transfer its contents to your bucket. You replace it, sealed. You move to the door without touching anything else, without disturbing any surface, without making a sound larger than the soft tread of your boots. You stop at the door. You go back. You pick up the white satin shoes. You move them carefully to the top of the dressing table where they're out of reach of the damp flagstone. You put them down without sound. The breathing continues, regular, uninterrupted. You leave. Out in the corridor, moving to the next door, you think about this for approximately 3 seconds and then stop thinking about it, because there are 11 more rooms and 38 minutes. By 5:30 you're at the standpipe. The cold water runs over your hands. The morning is warming already. Even at this hour, even with the night's cooling doing its work, There's a quality to the August air that carries the heat of yesterday still in it, not yet released, the city's thermal mass retaining what it absorbed. The courtyard smells of itself, stone and coal and horses from the mews on the west side, and faintly from the east, the residue of what Patterson addressed yesterday. The message has come up through the morning information network. Arthur told you, which means Betsy told the kitchen girl, which means the kitchen staff heard it from somewhere, which means it's probably in the ledger already, that the Office of Works acknowledged Patterson's report. Acknowledged, which is not the same as acted on, which is not the same as funded, but which is further than the previous 3 reports got before being filed in a category that might be described as noted with concern and addressed at the appropriate time. The appropriate time, in the experience of everyone who works in this building, is always later than it needs to be. You carry the rinse buckets back to the service room. You hang them. You check the time. Mr. Hawkins keeps a clock in the corridor outside the footman's room, a plain wooden clock without ornamentation, the anti-palace in its utilitarian accuracy. And you see that you have 40 minutes before the boot room and 50 before breakfast. You use 30 of them to sleep, not in your room. In the boot room, on the low stool with your back against the wall and your arms crossed and your head dropped forward, the specific unconscious state that is available to someone sufficiently tired in a warmish room for a short period. It is not restorative in any profound sense, it is maintenance, a patch on the tyre rather than a new wheel. But it's what there is. Arthur finds you there at 5:50 and shakes your shoulder without comment. The boots are cleaned, breakfast is eaten, the day begins its official self. The household inspection begins at 9. Mr. Wainwright is a different species from Mr. Hawkins. Where Hawkins is precise and contained and communicates disapproval through economy, the slight pause, the small sound, the measuring look, Wainwright is expansive. Large man, large voice when he uses it, though he doesn't use it often. The voice is reserved for the moments when the inspection discovers something that has exceeded the threshold for the small sound and requires the actual weight of authority behind it. For most of the inspection he simply moves through rooms and spaces and writes in his ledger without verbal comment, and the absence of comment is the verdict, and the verdict is always ambiguous until the ledger is reviewed. You know his route from the July inspection. He begins in the upper servants' quarters on the north side, works south and down, through the working areas of the basement, through the kitchen complex, through the service corridors and storage areas, and ends in the lower servants' quarters. Total duration, approximately 3 hours, which means he reaches the east side at around 11. At 10:45 you're in the east corridor with a polishing cloth. This is not an accidental positioning. You're there because Mr. Hawkins, who also knows the inspection route, who knows it with the intimacy of long experience, has placed you there. Not explicitly. He didn't say go to the east corridor and be present when Wainwright comes through. He said at 9:30 that the east corridor sconces would benefit from attention, and you took this information and its timing and its specificity and understood it the way you have learned to understand things said in the language of the palace. You are polishing the east corridor sconces when Mr. Wainwright arrives at 11:03. He comes from the staircase end with his ledger, moving in his slightly rolling walk that suggests a man who has spent decades in buildings where the floors are not always level. He scans the corridor ahead of him. He sees the sconces, 2 of which are appreciably cleaner than they were before 10:45, and he sees you, and he makes no comment about either. He walks the length of the corridor. You continue polishing. You breathe normally. The smell this morning in the east corridor is, you've assessed it multiple times since 8 o'clock, better than yesterday, meaningfully better. The sawdust is gone, replaced by the clean stone beneath, which is dry and has been mopped with lavender water since you did it yourself at 8:15. The grill has been checked, it's dry. The immediate crisis of yesterday has been managed. What remains is the underlying condition, which is not better. The fracture in the east cistern is still a fracture. The saturated subsoil is still saturated. The system that Patterson recommends be entirely relayed from east wall to junction. That system is exactly as it was yesterday. But these things are below the floor and therefore below the inspection. Mr. Wainwright stops near the middle of the corridor. He stands still for a moment. You continue polishing, slow and even, the cloth circling the brass housing of the sconce in the particular unhurried way that signals focused attention to the task and no awareness of the inspection happening 6 feet away. He sniffs, briefly. Without drama, you do not change your rhythm. He makes a note in his ledger. You will not know, ever, what the note says. What you know is that he keeps moving. Past the grill, past the window, past the point where yesterday the sawdust lay, and then through the service door at the far end into the next section of his route. You stop polishing. You look at the grill. You breathe out. This is the job. Not just the carrying and the serving and the counting. This also. The management of the gap between what the inspection sees and what is there to be seen. The maintenance of the appearance at the moment when appearance is most important. The sawdust and the lavender water and the positioning and the timing. You've gotten good at it. This is what you think about walking back toward the service stairs with the polishing cloth. And you think about what Mr. Hawkins said last night. You've developed well. And you try to work out whether what you've developed is something to be proud of. The kitchen is the centre of the palace's biological reality. You don't work in the kitchen. Your role is service, front of house, carrying things from the kitchen to where the food is consumed and carrying the evidence back. But the kitchen is where you understand what this building is actually made of, what it actually runs on. And no footman who has spent any time at Buckingham Palace has escaped a working knowledge of the kitchen because the kitchen is unavoidable. The kitchen occupies the northeast corner of the basement level, a series of connected rooms that together constitute the largest domestic cooking operation in London outside the great clubs and hotels, and arguably including them. The main kitchen is approximately 60 feet by 40, with a ceiling 12 feet high, which is necessary for the heat, which is extraordinary. The great kitchen ranges, 7 of them, running along the north wall, coal-fed, burning from 4 in the morning until 10 at night, produce a heat that on a cool day makes the main kitchen warm, and on a summer day in August makes it something that has no appropriate English word. Hot doesn't carry it. Hot is a gentle description of a summer day. What the main kitchen is in August is something else. Something that removes the distinction between you and the air around you. Something that, when you walk into it from the service corridor, produces a momentary physical shock, even after months of experience, the sudden replacement of the building's ambient temperature with something that could render fat. The smells of the kitchen are separate from the smells of the rest of the building. This is important. They exist in a different register, where the ambient smell of the palace is the smell of managed insufficiency, the cesspits, and the drains and the centuries of accumulated occupation. The smell of the kitchen is the smell of managed abundance. They are both overwhelming. They are overwhelming in opposite directions. You smell it now, crossing into the kitchen complex to collect the morning tray additions. Extra rolls for the breakfast service that arrived late from the baker's. The smell of the main kitchen at 9 in the morning is the smell of the previous night's work not yet fully cleared, and this morning's work fully underway. Roasted meat residue and bread and fresh coffee, and the hot metal smell of the ranges, and something sweet and sharp from the pastry room, and the sharp, clean smell of the fish being prepped for tonight. And underneath it all, underneath everything in every room, the coal. Always the coal. The palace burns approximately 4 tons of coal a week in the kitchen ranges alone, not counting the fireplaces and the heating ranges on the upper floors. The kitchen itself, when you enter it, is organised chaos. This is the only description that works. 30 people are working simultaneously in a space that would be comfortable for 15. And they are doing this with the synchronized efficiency of people who have worked alongside each other long enough that their movements have merged into something that looks choreographed from a distance but is actually improvised, constantly, in real time. The pastry cook's apprentice moves left at the precise moment that the sauce cook's assistant moves right, and neither of them break stride. And no one directs this. It simply happens because they know the room. The head chef is a Frenchman named Morel, which is not his full name. The full name is something considerably longer and more impressive that nobody in the palace uses, who has been cooking for the royal household since before you were born, and who operates in the kitchen with the authority of someone who understands that this room is, in the most practical sense, the most important room in the building. The Queen is the most important person in the building. Morel feeds the Queen. The hierarchy is clear. He is this morning standing at the central work table with a copper pan and an expression of pure concentration that does not include any awareness of anything happening outside the pan. What he's doing with the pan is something involving butter and heat, and very precise timing that will eventually become part of a sauce that will accompany the fish at tonight's dinner. But right now it's a process, and the process requires all of him. You collect the rolls from the bread station. The baker's assistant, a young man named Jem, who has the perpetually flour-whitened quality of someone who lives at close quarters with their ingredients, hands you the basket without looking up from his work. This is the kitchen. Nobody stops for you. In the kitchen, footmen are an inconvenience, a delivery mechanism for food that briefly occupies space otherwise needed for production. You collect and exit quickly because quick is what the kitchen requires of you. On your way out, you pass the scullery. The scullery is where Betsy works, along with 3 other scullery maids, and the scullery is the furthest point from the palace that anything in the palace gets. The scullery is where the hierarchy of tasks terminates. All the work that is too basic, too physical, too directly connected to the biological reality of food and cleaning to be acknowledged anywhere above the service corridor is done here. The great copper washing vats, the drains, the cold stone floors, the hands that are always in water. Betsy is at the copper. She doesn't look up either, but she registers your presence in the way that people register things when they're used to being unregistered. A slight shift in posture, a micro-adjustment that isn't about you specifically, but about the information that there's someone there. Drains clear, she says. Not to you exactly, into the copper. I know, you say. Patterson. Patterson. The word has a tone to it. Appreciation but edged. The tone of someone who is grateful for a thing being fixed while aware that its having needed fixing was not an inevitability of the universe, but a consequence of decisions made by people who will not be standing over a drain. How's the channel, you ask? Dry. A pause. For now. Another pause, longer. There's still the smell behind the copper, lower, like it's coming from under the stone. You think about the saturated subsoil, about the fracture that Patterson found and reported, and that the Office of Works has acknowledged with appreciation and is considering. It might be, you say. Betsy wrings out a cloth. Then they need to fix it. They will, eventually. She looks at you now. She has the kind of face that looks older than 14. Not in the sense of being weathered, but in the sense of having taken in a great deal of information and arrived at considered positions about it. Her hands in the copper water are red and have been red for 6 weeks. Eventually is not much use when eventually is next summer, and it's August now and the kitchen's in the scullery till then. You don't have a good answer for this. I know. No, you don't, she says, not unkindly, just accurately. You sleep upstairs. I sleep next to the copper. I know when the smell changes because I'm here at midnight and 4 in the morning and all the hours between. It doesn't smell like eventually. It smells like now. You stand there with the basket of rolls. I'll tell Mr. Hawkins the smell is coming from below the stone, you say. Tell him from me, Betsy says, and turns back to the copper. You take the rolls to the breakfast service. The information goes to Mr. Hawkins at 9:30, in the same language as before. Betsy reports the odour in the scullery appears to be rising from below the flagstone level, suggesting subsurface saturation rather than drain residue. Mr. Hawkins receives this, and makes a note, and the note goes into the developing documentation around the East Cistern matter, which is building towards something, toward a threshold of accumulated urgency that will eventually produce action, though the timeline of that action remains an open question. You carry, you serve, you stand, you wait. At noon, something unexpected. You're on the first floor, returning from a task involving papers delivered to a secretary's room, when the corridor ahead of you produces a sound that does not belong. It's a voice, not a servant's voice. You've learned, without consciously cataloguing the pitch and register and particular quality of silence around servants' voices in these corridors. This is different. Higher register. More used to being heard rather than to not being heard. A woman's voice, speaking in a tone that is familiar and irritated in equal measure. You slow. Around the corner, at the point where the first floor corridor meets the gallery landing, there is a scene. The voice belongs to a woman you don't recognise. Not one of the ladies in waiting you know by sight. Not a duchess or countess from the visiting list. She's perhaps 35, expensively dressed in the way that expensively dressed means something specific in this decade. Full skirt, tight waist, the dark plum colour that requires fabric that costs by the yard what you earn by the day. She's speaking to a page who's very young and very rigid in the way that young pages are when they've encountered something outside their training. You hear, before you can retreat to a tactful distance, 3 words that tell you what this is about. Quite overwhelming smell. And then the page's voice, barely audible, attempting diplomacy. Maintenance being conducted, my lady. Entirely unacceptable. Particularly this corridor, and I shall... You stop. You assess. You make the decision in approximately 2 seconds, which is how long you have before continuing forward will make you visible to the scene, and reversing will make you visibly retreating from it, both of which are worse than what you've just decided. You walk forward. You come around the corner. You see the woman and the page, and you walk directly toward them. with the particular walk that is not the running walk, but conveys urgency of a specific and reassuring kind, purposeful without being alarmed, professional without being servile. "My lady," you say, addressing the woman, "I beg your pardon. I can assist with the maintenance query if that would be helpful." The page looks at you with the gratitude of a drowning person receiving a rope. The woman looks at you with the assessment of someone who is still irritated, but is prepared to redirect it toward useful ends. Up close, she has the sharp-featured look of someone who notices things, which is the category of palace visitor you are least comfortable with. Not because of her rank. Rank you can navigate. It's the noticing. "There is a smell in this corridor," she says. "It is not a small smell. It is a considerable smell. I have been told it is maintenance. I would like to know what maintenance and when it will be concluded." You make the calculation faster than you've ever made it. "Yes, my lady. There has been work on the drainage infrastructure in the East Wing, commissioned by the Office of Works. The active maintenance work was completed yesterday. The eaten residual scent," you find the word with a small internal relief, "is expected to diminish over the next 24 hours as the newly cleared channels settle." This is approximately 80% true, which is the best you can offer without lying outright, or explaining the fracture in the East Cistern and the saturated subsoil and the £1,200 remediation estimate that is waiting for parliamentary authorisation. The woman examines this answer. "The Office of Works?" "Yes, my lady." "And the drainage infrastructure?" "Yes." She's silent for a moment. Then she does something that surprises you. She nods. A single, accepting nod. The nod of someone who's received information they don't entirely accept, but have decided to accept provisionally. "Thank you," she says, not with warmth, with the tone of someone closing a transaction. She walks away. The page exhales. "Thank you," the page whispers. "Don't thank me. Just don't send her toward the East End." You're already moving. "Tell whoever's on the gallery to redirect if she comes back." The page nods. He is perhaps 15, with the slightly stunned look of someone for whom this month has produced more real experience than the previous year of his life. You recognize it. You had the same look in April. You keep moving. The afternoon settles into itself with the particular weight that August afternoons accumulate. The heat, the weight of the morning's work still present in your body, the knowledge of the evening ahead. Formal dinner tonight, different guests, same performance, the same silver, the same positions, the same calibrated invisibility. But before the evening there is an hour, at 4 o'clock, which is yours. You spend it in the courtyard. This is a habit you've developed, one that Arthur calls your thinking time, with a slight quality of observation that isn't quite concern but is adjacent to it. You sit on the low wall near the north gate, in the shadow of the east wing where the afternoon sun doesn't reach, and you have a cup of tea from the kitchen, and you do what Arthur calls thinking, and what you call something else that you don't have a word for yet. You think about Betsy at the copper, about the smell below the flagstone level, about the £1,200 and the parliamentary authorisation. You think about the woman in the corridor and the 80% truth you gave her, and whether that was the right decision or simply the efficient one. You think about the white satin shoes on the damp flagstone. You think about being furniture. The problem with being furniture, the particular problem, the one that comes up in the courtyard at 4 in the afternoon, is not the being. You've made your peace with the being. The problem is the knowing. Furniture doesn't know things. You do. You know where the grill is and what comes up through it. You know what the east cistern smells like from below. You know that Betsy is sleeping 6 feet from saturated subsoil, and that Patterson's report is waiting in a government queue, and that the woman in the corridor accepted the 80% truth because it was easier than the 100% version. Furniture holds the room. You hold all of this, both at once, every day, with no channel for the holding. Arthur joins you at 4:15. He has his own cup of tea and sits on the wall beside you in the companionable silence of two people who have shared a room for 4 months and have negotiated through hundreds of small interactions the territory of each other's quiet. "Wainwright," he says, eventually. "Passed through the east corridor at 11. Said anything? Made a note. He always makes a note. He seemed to smell something." Arthur drinks his tea. "He always smells something. He's been doing the East Wing inspection for 6 years. He knows what the East Wing smells like." He looks at the courtyard. He'll put it in the quarterly report. The quarterly report will go to the office. And the office will acknowledge it with appreciation, Arthur says, with no irony whatsoever. Just the flat delivery of someone stating a fact about the weather. You look at the east wall of the courtyard, the Portland stone, cream-coloured in the afternoon shade, slightly darker where the moisture from the ground is wicking up through the joints, a phenomenon you noticed 2 weeks ago and which has been growing incrementally since. Damp rising through good stone, the building communicating its situation the only way available to it. How long, you ask, before it becomes a problem that can't be managed? Arthur is quiet for a moment. He knows exactly what you mean. He doesn't pretend otherwise. "Depends what you mean by can't be managed," he says. "If you mean a problem visible enough that someone not just notices it in a way that can't be addressed with sawdust and lavender water and an 80% explanation, a few months maybe. By winter, possibly. If the saturation reaches the point where the east wall flagstones start moving." He pauses. "If you mean a problem that actually gets fixed before that happens, that depends on how the parliamentary process goes. And if the parliamentary process goes slowly, then we manage," he says. It's the same answer Mr. Hawkins gave. The same answer, it turns out, that everyone gives. We manage. As if management were infinite. As if the capacity to absorb and contain and redirect and defer were a resource that didn't have limits the way that cisterns have limits. You finish your tea. "Arthur," you say. "Yes." "Do you ever think about leaving?" He's quiet for long enough that you think he might not answer. Then, "I think about what I'd do if I left, where I'd go. What I'd do that was better." He turns the cup in his hands. "And then I think about £16 a year and a bed and meals and the fact that outside these walls I'd be a footman looking for a place, which is not a position of great strength. And then I stop thinking about leaving. £16, you say, plus board." "Plus board," you agree. The courtyard smells like itself, like stone and coal, and the particular dry warm smell of summer in a building that has been in the sun all day. The east wall stands solid and damp jointed and certain of its own permanence. It gets easier, Arthur says, not because he believes it entirely, but because he's said it before, and it's a thing that needs to be said sometimes, regardless of whether it's true. The way that we manage is a thing that needs to be said. You look at the east wall. The managing, you say. Is that what this is? That's what everything is, Arthur says. You'll figure that out. You're already figuring it out. He stands. He takes his cup. He goes back inside. You sit for another 5 minutes in the declining sun of the August afternoon, in the courtyard of the most famous palace in the world, in the shadow of its east wall where the damp is rising through the stone joints in a slow and patient arc, and you think about Wiltshire. Not with longing exactly, not with regret. You knew you were leaving when you left, and you knew what you were leaving for, and you haven't stopped knowing. But you think about it the way you think about any real thing that exists outside the present moment, with the particular quality of attention that understands the thing as it was rather than how you wished it were. Your father's farm, not a large farm, 12 acres and a dairy herd of 9, and the particular rhythm of days that are governed by animals rather than bells. The smell of the barn in winter, the specific cold of ground that freezes in January into something hard and uncompromising, the frost working its way up through the soil until the top 6 inches ring when you tap them. Your hands were different on that farm, different and the same. Working hands, but different work, a different kind of knowledge in them. You put down the empty cup, you go back inside. The evening is ahead. The evening begins at 6 with the pre-dinner preparation. The table is being set in the dining room when you arrive to take your station, and the table setting at Buckingham Palace is the most exacting version of itself, more exacting than you would have thought possible before you came here. The footmen who do the setting, tonight it's 3 of them, including you, work under Mr. Hawkins's eye with a precision that is not about fussiness, but about mathematics. Every cover is exactly 18 inches from the last. Every glass is positioned at a specific angle to a specific point relative to the water glass, the wine glass, and the champagne flute. The silverware is placed with a ruler, not metaphorically. An actual ruler, ivory-handled, graduated in fractions, which Mr. Hawkins keeps in the inside pocket of his working coat for this specific purpose. You lay 4 covers on the left side of the table. You measure each one. You make one adjustment to the third, a 1/4 inch rightward shift that brings it into exact correspondence. Mr. Hawkins does not comment on the adjustment because the adjustment was correct and was made before he needed to indicate it. This is also the job. The flowers arrive from the hothouse at 6:30. The palace has a hothouse in the gardens, a large glass structure that maintains a climate impervious to the August heat outside, or to the November cold, or to any meteorological reality that London can produce, because the royal household requires flowers year-round, and the hothouse provides them. Tonight it's roses, deep red, arranged by the palace's head gardener's assistant in 4 low vases that are placed at intervals down the centre of the table. You stand them at their designated points. You adjust one slightly at Mr. Hawkins's indication. The smell of the roses is very good, strong and specific and perfectly itself. It occupies the room in the way that strong smells do, temporarily reorganizing your experience of the space around its centre. You think about this, about how smell is the most temporal of the senses, the most capable of reorganizing experience, the most honest about what a place actually is rather than what it appears to be. The roses are real. The evening is beautiful. The silver is laid with a ruler, and below the floor, below the flagstones, in the brick-lined channels that run under the east wing toward the cistern with the fracture in its wall, the water table has absorbed more than it was designed to carry, and is continuing to communicate this fact through the only channels available to it. Both things, at the same time, always. Guests arrive at 7. Tonight there are 12. A larger dinner than last night, which means more covers, more service, More weight in the silver and the platters and the particular sustained physical competence that 12 covers requires versus 8. You know all 12 numbers by name and position and approximate expectation. This is information that Mr. Hawkins conveys in the pre-dinner briefing, not in a formal way but in the specific clipped way of someone providing operational intelligence. This one is particular about the temperature of the wine. That one will not eat fish. The gentleman at seat 7 has a tendency to finish quickly and requires the next course presented slightly before his neighbours to avoid the appearance of waiting. You file this, you use it. The dinner proceeds. Soup, fish, a sole tonight, delicate, requiring a different quality of service from last night's salmon. The portions are smaller, and the transfer from platter to plate requires more care because the fish, at this degree of fineness, does not survive handling. You serve the sole with a concentration that feels slightly meditative, the same quality of presence that the boot room produces at 5 in the morning, but in a different register entirely. Not the drowsy, automatic processing of repetitive physical work, but the sharp, channeled attention of performance. The gentleman at seat 7 does finish quickly. You're there with the next course when he's ready for it, which is 2 minutes before everyone else. He doesn't notice. This is the correct outcome. Remove. Second remove. The entrees. The roast. A saddle of lamb tonight. Substantial and requiring the large carved silver to transfer, which means the paired footman on the other side needs to time exactly right, because a saddle of lamb is not a thing you can hold at shoulder height for extended contemplation. You and Arthur have the lamb service. You've developed a rhythm, the two of you, that is more specific than training. It's the cumulated synchrony of doing the same thing many times in each other's presence, a physical vocabulary that doesn't require communication. He presents from one side, you serve from the other, you pull back simultaneously, you move to the next cover. It's not complicated when it works. When it works, it's almost invisible. It works tonight. The dessert is a cream and fruit construction with spun sugar work that cost the pastry kitchen the entire previous afternoon to produce, and which, when it's brought in, produces the brief silence of something genuinely beautiful entering a room. You hold the door. The pastry kitchen's second cook carries it in with both hands and the particular care of someone carrying the afternoon. It's set at the centre of the table. The guests look at it for a moment with the look of people who are accustomed to beautiful things and who nonetheless, when confronted with something that has been made with real skill and effort, briefly remember that skill and effort exist. Then it's served. At 9:15 the guests retire to the drawing room. The table is cleared. The process runs in reverse. The silver goes to the pantry, the crystal to washing, the linen to laundry. The roses, still beautiful, still smelling exactly of themselves, go back to the corridor stand, where they'll remain through the night and through the morning until they begin to turn, which at this time of year will be by tomorrow evening. In the pantry at 10, Mr. Hawkins counts the silver. "All present," he says after the count. "Yes, Mr. Hawkins." He closes the ledger. He looks up. He looks at you and Arthur both, and he has the particular look that appears after a good service, which is distinct from his everyday expression in a way that is very small and entirely clear to anyone who has been paying attention. "That was well done," he says. This from Hawkins is a standing ovation. You and Arthur exchange nothing. No look, no movement. Furniture does not respond, but something registers in the interior of the experience, in the part that is not performance. Something that is satisfaction, the specific satisfaction of a thing done correctly. the thing itself as the reward for doing it. The lamb service was particularly smooth, Hawkins continues. He looks at his ledger as he says it, not at you. That speaks to practice. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, Arthur says. Yes, Hawkins says. He closes the ledger. He leaves the pantry. You and Arthur stand in the lamplight among the catalogued silver. He said particularly smooth, Arthur says. I heard. In 26 years I've heard him say particularly smooth approximately 4 times. You look at the silver, at the ranked fish knives and dessert spoons and soup ladles, at the accumulated weight of the evening, literally, in metal. So, it was a good night. It was a good night, Arthur agrees. The palace settles. You can feel it, not all at once, but progressively, the way that a large building settles when the business of the day concludes and the population that has been moving through it reduces to its nighttime complement. Fewer footsteps on the upper floors, fewer voices. The particular quality of quiet that large old buildings develop after 10 at night, which is not the quiet of absence, but the quiet of sustained presence at rest. The building breathing out. You do the last of the lamproom work. 8 sconces on the principal floor, trimming and refilling, the smell of oil and warm brass, the specific weight of the lamp oil canister carried at arm's length to avoid spillage. This is solitary work and late work, and the kind of work that disappears into the fabric of the building. You can't see it being done, and you can't see it done. It simply changes the quality of tomorrow morning. At 11:30 you're done. You stop on your way back to the north wing at the east corridor. It's habit now. This stop, a check. The way a farmer checks a fence line at the end of the day, not because he expects to find something wrong, but because the checking is the thing that makes the fence line mean something. The east corridor at 11:30 is lit by the 2 remaining gas lamps on the wall. The alternating pattern, every third one, dim pools of amber. The corridor is empty. The grill in the floor is dry. The stone around it is clean. The lavender water smell faded to something very faint that you have to know to look for. The smell that is below the smell. The deep underground smell. The saturation smell. The brick and water smell that is the smell of the building's real situation is still there. You stand still and you let your nose calibrate the way it's learned to do, and you locate it. Below and to the right. Coming up through the stone rather than through the grill now, which means it's diffuse rather than concentrated, which means it's spread through a wider area of the subsoil, which means Patterson's cleared junction is not the end of the situation, but the management of the acute presentation of it. The fracture is still in the east cistern wall. You know this. The fracture doesn't care what you know. You stand in the east corridor of Buckingham Palace at 11:30 at night, 17 years old, with your polishing cloth in one hand and the lamp oil canister in the other, and you look at the dry iron grill in the ornate floor, and you think about £1,200, about Parliament, about the Office of Works and its quarterly review cycle, about the difference between the thing being fixed and the thing being managed. Then you walk back to the north wing and you go to bed. The room is dark. Arthur is asleep, the light kind. He went to bed earlier. His breathing has that settled quality of someone an hour into sleep rather than just entering it. You undress in the dark with the efficiency of someone who has done this in this room enough times that the space is mapped by the body. You hang your uniform. You sit on the cot. Your hands. In the dark, you feel your hands without looking at them. The creases in the knuckles. the slight roughness of the fingertips, the specific tenderness at the base of the right palm where the collection bucket handle presses through the rag wrapping, which is a thing you keep meaning to rewrap more thickly and keep not quite getting around to. These are your hands now. Not the hands you arrived with, not the Wiltshire farm boy's hands, not the hands your mother smoothed boot black onto before church on Sundays, with a cloth and a disapproving noise. These are different hands. They know things. You lie down. The ceiling is 8 inches above your nose. You think about the roses on the dinner table, the smell of them entering the room, the pastry cook's face when he set down the cream and spun sugar construction, and the room went briefly quiet. The particular small sound that Mr. Hawkins makes when a thing is found acceptable, Arthur's voice saying it was good night. You think about Betsy at the copper, about the smell she lives with. You think about the white satin shoes on the damp flagstone. You think both things at the same time, held, not resolved, just held. Your eyes close. Thursday morning. Something is different. You don't know what it is at first. The darkness is the same darkness. Arthur's breathing has shifted to the light kind, which means he's surfacing. The bells, St. James's, Westminster, the others in sequence, are proceeding as they always proceed. But something is different. You sit up, then you smell it. Not the usual morning gradation, not the pot and the bodies and the deep background note in measured layers. Something more urgent, something that has a source and a direction and a specificity that the background smell never has. It's coming from below and to the left, which is the direction of the service corridor that runs along the east side of the north wing basement. It's the kind of smell that means something has happened. You have your boots on before Arthur is fully awake. What? He starts. East side, you say. You're already in the corridor. The corridor at 4:15 is lit as usual, alternating amber patches. You move through them quickly, toward the east, and as you move, the smell intensifies. Not dramatically, not in a catastrophic way, but in the directional gradient way that tells you you're moving toward a source. The source, when you find it, is the flagstones outside the service entrance to the scullery. You know these flagstones. You've been watching them for 2 days. The 3 nearest the west corner where the drain channel runs shallowest, where yesterday there was dampness and the day before there was worse and Patterson came and cleared the junction. This morning 3 of the flagstones have shifted, not collapsed, not dramatically displaced. But the central one, a large stone, perhaps 2 feet by 2 feet, set into the floor at the junction of the service corridor and the scullery passage, has risen at its north edge by perhaps half an inch, tilted slightly, lifted by the pressure of what is beneath it. Beneath it, in the gap that the shift has opened, you can see water, not a trickle, not the surface tension of residual saturation. Water, present and moving, very slowly, finding its level through the gap, the particular dark gleam of water seen by lamplight in an enclosed space. You crouch down. You put your hand near the gap, not in it, near it, and you feel the cold, and you feel the quality of the air coming from below, which is the quality of the fracture in the east cistern wall, expressed as atmosphere, as consequence. The cistern is no longer merely fracturing. The cistern is producing an output. You stand up. You go to find Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins is not in his room. His room is on the ground floor of the north wing, a private room with a door and a lock, which is the privilege of his position, and when you knock at 4:20 in the morning there is a quality of stillness behind the door that tells you it's empty before he says anything. You try the room below, which is where he sometimes sits late with the household accounts, also empty. You try the pantry, the lamp room, the silver store. You find him in the steward's room, which should not be occupied at 4:20 in the morning, but is, because Mr. Wainwright is also there, which means the household inspection produced a note that required a conversation, and the conversation has been happening since some point before 4 in the morning. Both of them look at you when you enter. You say, in 4 sentences, what you found. Mr. Wainwright asks one question. How much water? Active flow through the gap, you say. Slow but continuous. Wainwright looks at Hawkins. Hawkins looks at Wainwright. Something passes between them that is not speech. Patterson, Hawkins says. Not a question. Not to you. At first light, Wainwright says, the scullery needs to be clear. I'll tell Garrett. You stand at the door. They appear to have forgotten you're there, or to have already metabolized your presence into the information you provided and filed it accordingly. Cooper, Hawkins says. Yes. You'll need to rope off the flagstone area before the kitchen staff arrive. Use the service ropes from the maintenance store. Put a lamp at each end. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. And Cooper, his voice, the particular texture of it at 4:20 in the morning when something real is happening. Good instinct, coming directly. You go get the ropes. The roping off is done by 4:50. You find the maintenance ropes in the store on the basement level, heavy red cord on wooden reels, and you loop them through the iron rings on the corridor wall at either end of the affected section, and you hang a lamp at each end and you stand back and look at what you've done. A cordon in a service corridor of Buckingham Palace, around a flagstone that has shifted because the east cistern is failing. The lamplight catches the water in the gap. It moves, slightly. The slow, patient movement of something that has been building pressure for a long time and has just found a way to express it. The kitchen staff arrive at 5. They come down the main service stairs from the servants' quarters on the upper basement level, and the first ones to reach the east passage stop when they see the ropes and the lamps and you standing there. They ask. You tell them the corridor is temporarily closed due to maintenance and they need to use the north passage to reach the kitchen. Some of them look at the water in the gap. Some of them look at you. Most of them move on without comment because this is what working in this building teaches you. When something requires navigating around rather than through, you navigate. You don't stop and examine. You have food to cook. Patterson arrives at 7:15. He's alone this time, not bringing his 2 men, and he has a different quality than Tuesday. More alert, more direct, less of the patient methodology of a man working through his weekly schedule, and more of the particular focus of a professional who has received information in the early morning and is working out what it means. He crouches at the shifted flagstone. He examines the gap. He puts his own hand near the opening and feels the air and the water, and his face does something very small that you've learned to read. Not surprise exactly, but recognition. The recognition of someone who wrote in a report that this would happen, and is now observing that it has. How long was the flow before you reported it? He says. I found it at 4:15, you tell him. I don't know when it started. Could have been during the night. He nods. He produces a measuring stick from inside his coat, a thin brass thing that folds out from its own case, and slides it into the gap with the careful deliberateness of someone gathering data. He reads whatever the data says. He folds the stick back. He stands up. He looks at Mr. Hawkins, who has arrived at some point in the last 5 minutes and who is standing 2 feet behind you. The cistern wall fracture has propagated, Patterson says. What was 2 inches is now significantly larger. The water you're seeing is not surface water, it's cistern effluent. A pause in which nobody says anything. How significantly larger? Hawkins asks. I'll need to access the cistern to assess, but based on what I'm seeing here, he gestures at the water in the gap, I'd estimate the structural integrity of the east cistern wall is compromised sufficiently that it cannot continue to function as intended. What does that mean? Hawkins says. Operationally, it means the east cistern needs to be taken offline immediately, Patterson says. The flow needs to be redirected to the north cistern. The north cistern is already operating at... I know what the north cistern is operating at, Patterson says. Not rudely. Just with the flat precision of someone who has done his homework. I said redirect, not transfer the full load. You'll need to reduce the flow burden on both cisterns simultaneously, which means the population of the building needs to be reduced until remediation is complete. Hawkins is very still. The population of the building? Yes. Which includes... Yes, Patterson says. Another silence. A longer one. You stand very still and you think about what this means. Reducing the population of Buckingham Palace means relocating members of the royal household. It means telling someone somewhere up the chain that the east cistern has failed and that the building cannot safely accommodate the people currently in it. It means, at some point, this conversation reaching the level where you're not present in it anymore. Hawkins looks at you, then at the roped-off section of corridor, then at Patterson. Write me a report, he says. Urgent. I'll need it before 8. Patterson is already writing. You're in the servants' hall at 7:30, eating your bread in the first sitting, when Arthur sits down across from you. Patterson's back, he says. I know. East cistern failed, you say, quietly, just between you. Wall's gone. He needs to take it offline. Arthur is still for a moment. And redirect to north? That's what he's recommending. North's already at... I know. He picks up his bread. He doesn't eat it. He sits there with it in his hand and looks at nothing in particular in the way of someone running calculations. They'll move some of the household to St. James's, he says. Not a question. Working it out. The extended party, the visiting members. Clear the east wing entirely. Reduce the load on both cisterns while Patterson does the remediation. That's what I'd assume. How long for remediation? He didn't say. Weeks, Arthur says. If he needs to relay the drainage channels and rebuild the cistern wall. He finally takes a bite of the bread. Weeks. Weeks of a reduced household. Weeks of reduced service requirements. Weeks of the palace operating in its stripped-down form, as a working building rather than as a performing one. What happens to us, you ask? Arthur looks at you with a look that contains, layered in it, some version of everything he's told you in 4 months. About managing, about the decision, about useful and convenient. We stay, he says. Buildings still need maintaining. More, if anything, when the work's being done. We just maintain a different configuration for a while. He finishes his bread. This is the job, he says. I know, you say. By 9 in the morning the information has moved. The network of this building, the one Arthur understands so well, the one that runs from Betsy to the kitchen girl to the hall boy to Arthur to everywhere, has processed the fact of Patterson's return and his assessment and the implications, and it has produced, in the servants' hall and the kitchen and the footman's corridor, and every other node of the below-stairs network, a low-level hum of awareness that is not quite anxiety and not quite excitement, but is something between them. The household knows. The household always knows. The household knows before the official communication, because the official communication travels up before it comes back down, and the network travels horizontally and much faster. Mrs. Garrett is in her office with the door closed when you pass it at 9:15. Through the door you can hear the specific cadence of a conversation that involves careful choice of words, which is the only kind of conversation Mrs. Garrett has. Mr. Wainwright's door is also closed. The house steward and the housekeeper, simultaneously behind closed doors, at 9:15 on a Thursday morning, managing the information before it needs to become decisions. You go about your work. At 10:30, the communication comes down. Mr. Hawkins gathers the footmen in the corridor outside the servants' hall. Not all of them. There are 11 footmen on the household roster, but 3 are upstairs at their stations, and this is for those who can be gathered quickly, which is 6. He stands in front of them. He holds Patterson's report, though he's not reading from it. He has the report in his head, the way he has everything in his head, and what he's about to say he has translated from Patterson's professional language into the language of the household. The East Drainage infrastructure has experienced a structural failure, he says. Mr. Patterson from the Office of Works is conducting an emergency assessment and remediation program will begin this week. In the interim, the household will be reorganized to reduce the occupancy of the East Wing. Several of the visiting party and extended household will be accommodated at St. James's Palace temporarily. He pauses. The additional footman staff required at St. James's will be drawn from your number. Mr. Wainwright will advise which of you will be reassigned. This is temporary. The palace will return to full operational complement when the remediation is complete. He pauses again. Any questions? Nobody has questions. This is partly because the questions they have are not the kind that can be asked in this format. Not, how bad is it really? Or, is the building safe? Or, how long will this take? And partly because the household has absorbed through long experience that questions in this format are not answered by the information you actually want, but by the information that can be officially provided, and those two things are not always the same. Thank you, Hawkins says. He turns. He walks away. You look at the 5 other footmen. They look at you. One of them, a man named Collins, who has been here 4 years, and who has a specific competence with the silver service that is widely acknowledged, nods slightly. The nod of someone who recognises that the situation is what it is, and the recognition is the only appropriate response. St. James's Palace is 3 minutes' walk from Buckingham Palace. It's an older building, much older, Tudor in its bones, dark red brick where Buckingham is Portland stone. Smaller and older and smelling of centuries in a way that Buckingham's more recent construction doesn't quite produce. You've been there once on a message errand in May. It smells of wood and candle wax and dust in the particular combination of a building that has not been a principal royal residence for some years, but which is maintained and staffed and operational, and which is, as of this week, about to receive a portion of the household that Buckingham Palace cannot currently accommodate. The assignment comes at noon. You're staying. Collins and 2 others are going to St. James's. You and Arthur and a footman named Price are staying, along with the majority of the working household, because the palace needs to continue operating even in reduced form, and the reduced form still requires footmen. Arthur, when you tell him, nods once. He thinks you're more useful here, he says, during the work. Because I notice things, you say. Because you notice things, he agrees. The work begins on Friday. Patterson arrives with 4 men and a quantity of equipment that is carried through the tradesman's entrance on 5 carts. which causes a certain disruption to the normal rhythm of the palace's incoming deliveries, and which requires a reorganisation of the East Service corridor to accommodate the equipment storage. You help with this reorganisation. You move things. You show Patterson's men where the service corridor leads and where it connects to the basement level, and where the east cistern is accessed. The east cistern access is through a trapdoor in the basement floor of the east service room, beneath a rack of cleaning supplies that has been there so long that the rack's feet have worn grooves into the stone. You move the rack. You find the trapdoor. You open it. The smell comes up immediately. Not sewage exactly. The cistern at this point is not full of sewage in the way that an overflow drain is full of sewage. It's the smell of underground water that has been in contact with things that make it not just water. A deep, mineral, complex smell that has no pleasant component whatsoever, but which is also not entirely the worst thing you have ever smelled, because the worst things you have smelled have been acute, and this is chronic. This is the smell of the problem that has been accumulating since February. This is the smell of £900, £1,200 of parliamentary queues and quarterly reviews, and 3 reports and 2 formal requests, all of it concentrated in the air above the trapdoor that nobody has opened in, apparently, a very long time. Patterson's lead man, a younger man, very thin with the specific pallor of professional underground work, looks down through the trapdoor and then looks at Patterson and says something technical that you don't fully follow, but which involves the word extensive 3 times. Patterson nods. He doesn't look surprised. He looks the way people look when the thing they predicted has happened, and there is no satisfaction in being right because the thing is real and it needs to be dealt with. We'll need to pump the cistern before we can access the wall fracture, Patterson tells Mr. Hawkins, who's appeared at some point and who is standing near the door with his ledger. The pumping alone will take the better part of a day. Will it affect? Hawkins begins. If we pump to the north cistern, it'll put it at risk of overflow. We'll need to reduce household output significantly, the kitchens especially. I'll speak to Morell, Hawkins says, and then, because this is Hawkins, he won't be pleased. He won't need to be, Patterson says. He'll need to comply. Morell, informed at 12:30, is not pleased. You're not there for this conversation, but you hear about it through the network by 2 in the afternoon. Because the network is the network and information of this quality travels at its maximum speed. What Morell said, apparently, is several things in French and 1 thing in English that was clear enough to translate back through the network without any difficulty. This is a palace, not a ruin. Which is fair, and which is exactly the thing you've been thinking, in different words, for 4 months. It's both, you want to tell him. It's always been both. The trick is that from the outside you can only see the palace part. You have to be on the inside, doing the work at 4 in the morning, to know the ruin part. And knowing both doesn't make either of them less true. But Morell complies, because Patterson is right. The north cistern cannot take the full load of a functioning royal kitchen for the duration of the remediation, and the alternative, the north cistern failing as well, is a situation that nobody in this building wants to contemplate. The kitchen operates on a reduced programme for the next 10 days. No formal dinners. The visiting party is at St. James's with Collins and the others. The resident household eats from a simplified menu that Morell produces with the specific energy of a man demonstrating, through the excellence of his constrained output, that the constraints are beneath him. The food in the servants' hall during these 10 days is the best it has ever been. This is not an accident. Morell, having been told he cannot produce what he usually produces for upstairs, channels the excess capacity into what goes down. You eat in the servants' hall things that you would not have expected to eat in the servants' hall of a building that is currently experiencing a partial infrastructure failure. Roast chicken on Tuesday, a proper soup on Wednesday, not the thin, pale secondary soup of leftovers, but something made with intention and stock, and the specific quality of a cook who is making a point. You eat, and you think about what it means. Arthur says nothing about it. He eats with his usual focused efficiency. But on the Thursday of the second week, when the food is particularly good, a braised dish with root vegetables that has the depth of something that has been made by someone who cares about it. He puts his fork down for a moment and says, "He does this, you know, when he can't do the other thing." The other thing being the performance, the formal service, the 7-course dinner for 12 with the spun sugar. Arthur picks up his fork again. When he can't do that, he makes food. Actual food. He takes a bite. It's probably his best work. You look at your plate, at the braised vegetables and the sauce that is reduced to exactly the right consistency, and the particular quality of something made by someone who knows what they're doing and has been given permission for 10 days to do it for whoever's in the room. The same as everything else here, you say. Arthur looks at you. The good thing and the broken thing, you say, both at the same time. He looks at you for a moment with the look that is not quite the measuring look, but is adjacent to it. The look of someone deciding whether a statement has earned a response. "You've figured something out," he says. "I don't know if I figured it out," you say. "I just keep seeing it." "Seeing it is the start," Arthur says. He finishes his dish. "Some people work in places like this for 20 years and never see it. They only see the one side. Makes them easier to manage, probably." "Which side do you see?" He considers the question in the way that he considers most questions. Not quickly, but completely. "Both," he says. "I chose to see both. A long time ago. It's harder, but it's more accurate." You think about this for the rest of the meal. Patterson's men work through the second week with a particular quality of sustained professional attention that is different from urgency, more thorough, less dramatic. The east cistern wall is accessed by the end of the first week, after the pumping, and what they find is documented in a new report that is longer than the previous one and more expensive in its remediation requirements. The fracture is propagated along a horizontal fault in the brick, affecting approximately 4 feet of wall. The repair requires not just filling the fracture, but rebuilding the section, relaying the adjacent drainage channels, and waterproofing the exterior face of the cistern wall with a clay and cement mixture that will take several days to cure after application. The cost estimate in the new report is £1,400. Mr. Hawkins tells you this on the second Thursday, not because you need to know, but because you asked directly, and in this building you've been learning that some questions asked directly produce direct answers. 1,400, he says, and the authorization is being sought through the office. A pause. Given the circumstances, it's expected to be expedited. How expedited? Weeks, he says, rather than months. Weeks rather than months. You do the arithmetic of the situation. The 10 days already elapsed, the weeks of remediation remaining, the reduced household, the Collins and the others at St. James's, the North Cistern under increased pressure. The arithmetic adds up to approximately 6 weeks total before the palace returns to full function. 6 weeks out of a September that will then proceed into an October, a November, the long dark of the London winter. The coal burning in greater quantity as the weather turns, the fires lit in the upstairs rooms, the palace warming itself from the inside while the city outside grows grey and cold. It will be done before winter, Hawkins says, not as reassurance, as a statement of operational fact. The office has confirmed a contractor for the cistern rebuild. Patterson will supervise. Good, you say. He looks at you. The measuring look. Something in the measurement this time. Cooper, he says. Yes. What made you go to the east corridor the night before the flagstone shifted? Think about this. About the 4:15 morning. The smell. The particular quality of it that told you something was different. The smell changed, you say. The gradient was wrong. It was coming from a direction it usually doesn't come from. And you trusted that. It seemed worth checking. He's quiet for a moment. The gradient, he says, as if testing the word. Yes, that's... yes. He leaves, as he always leaves, without conclusion, without the formal period that would signal that what you've said is right or wrong. But you've been here long enough to read the leaving the way you read the sound. It was right. The palace works differently in reduced mode. This is something you learn over the 10 days of remediation, that the building, without its formal function operating at full capacity, becomes something slightly more nakedly itself. The corridors, without the constant movement of service and visitors, are quieter and longer seeming. The state rooms, with their dust sheets half on, some furniture protected during the work, some still exposed, have the quality of something between a working room and a stored one, something in transition. You move through these spaces every day. Your route of maintenance continues regardless of who's in the building or what formal service is running. The lamps need trimming. The silver needs cataloguing. The floors need sweeping. The windows need the morning light cleared of last night's breath. You find yourself in the second week with an unusual amount of time in the staterooms. Not inside them. You're not permitted simply to be in the staterooms without a purpose. But your maintenance route takes you through their corridors and their anteroom adjacencies and the service passages that run alongside them. And in the quiet of reduced occupancy, you hear the rooms differently. The picture gallery. From the service corridor alongside it you can hear nothing, of course. Paintings make no sound. But on a September afternoon, with the building quiet and the light coming in at the westward angle that the afternoon produces, the picture gallery has a quality through its open door that is different from how it feels during a service event. Fuller somehow. More itself. You stop at the open door. The gallery is empty. The afternoon light is doing things to the paintings, to the dark walls and the dark frames and the faces in the paintings, royal faces and diplomatic faces and the faces of people who were important in the ways that people 300 years ago could be important, and who are now paint on wood on the wall of a room that is mostly empty of people who would know their names. You look at the paintings for 3 minutes. This is 3 minutes more than you've ever looked at them, because in normal circumstances you are not in this corridor without a specific task requiring immediate attention. They are, you conclude, genuinely very good. The ones that are good. Not all of them are good. Some of them are the paintings of important people done by adequate painters who produced a sufficient likeness without any additional quality of vision. But some of them, the Rembrandts, the Van Dycks, have something that the others don't. A quality of presence. The people in them are dead, have been dead for centuries, but they're here, in the paint, in the light falling on it, in a way that is not quite life but is not nothing. You stand in the service corridor doorway of the picture gallery of Buckingham Palace, and you think about endurance, about what lasts and what doesn't. The paintings last, the cistern fractures, the ceremonial facade persists, The infrastructure fails and gets repaired and fails again and gets repaired again. The people who work in this building, you, Arthur, Betsy, Morell, Mr. Hawkins, Mrs. Garrett, pass through it, leave something of themselves in it in ways that are not recorded, and are replaced by other people who do the same thing. The white satin shoes on the damp flagstone, the sawdust in the east corridor, the weight of the silver service held level at someone's left shoulder while they take their time deciding. All of these things happened in this building. None of them will be in the record. Not the quarterly report, not the parliamentary authorization document, not the contractor's work order for £1,400, not the historical ledger of significant events at Buckingham Palace, not anything that anyone looking back from a later century will find if they look. But they happened. They were real. The weight in your shoulders was real. The gradient in the smell that told you something was wrong at 4:15 on a Thursday morning was real. The building holds both things, holds everything, without preference or comment. You close the door of the service corridor, you go back to work, the third week. Patterson has rebuilt the east cistern wall section. The new brick is visible from the access trap door. Brighter, cleaner, mortared with a modern cement mixture that Patterson says will be considerably more durable than the original. The drainage channels adjacent to the rebuilt section have been relaid with a corrected fall angle, which means the water will actually move toward the outlet the way it was designed to, rather than pooling at the junction the way it has been doing since Patterson's assessment, possibly as long as the early 1840s, which is 2 or 3 years after the palace first went into full royal operation. 2 or 3 years of pooling water, of accumulating pressure, of the slow, patient work of physics operating on inadequate infrastructure. Does it surprise you? You ask Patterson when he's showing the completed section to Mr. Hawkins and you happen to be present as a lamp carrier. He looks at you. He doesn't look irritated. He looks, if anything, slightly amused, in the way of someone who is asked whether they're surprised by something that is the inevitable consequence of how things were done. No, he says, I've done this work for 18 years. Buildings like this. He looks at the new brick section, then up at the stone ceiling above the cistern room. They're built to look a certain way. The looking a certain way part gets a great deal of attention. The rest of it gets, he pauses, what it gets, which isn't always enough. Which isn't always enough, he confirms. He looks at Hawkins. The curing time on the cement is 3 days. After that, you can bring the cistern back online. I'll want to test the run before you bring it to full load. Of course, Hawkins says. And I'd recommend, Patterson says, and he's looking at you now, which is slightly unusual for a message that is being directed at Mr. Hawkins, that whoever notices things on the household staff continues to notice them. Because the North Channel still has a partial obstruction at the junction, that I didn't have time to address this visit, and it'll become the same kind of problem within the year if it's not attended to. He looks back at Hawkins. The North Junction, Hawkins says. Not a question. I'll write it in the report, Patterson says. He picks up his tools. You've got a capable spotter. Use him. He leaves the cistern room. Mr. Hawkins looks at you in the lamplight of the underground chamber with the new brick cistern wall and the smell of cement and the old stone ceiling and the smell of everything this room has been and processed and absorbed. A capable spotter, he says. I just notice things, you say. Yes, he says. He looks at the new brick wall. So did the building for 2 years. It just couldn't tell anyone. He goes up through the trapdoor. You follow. You close it behind you. The 4th week, Collins and the others come back from St. James's. The household returns to its full complement. The East Wing is reopened. The formal dinner service resumes. The kitchen returns to its full operational programme, and the first evening back, Morel produces something so extravagant. An 8-course dinner for 14 with an aspic centrepiece that took the pastry kitchen 2 days, that even Mr. Hawkins, standing in the pantry afterward counting the silver, makes the closest thing to an expression of pleasure that you've seen on his face. The aspic, he says. Yes, you say. Excessive, he says. He sounds pleased. Very, you say. He counts the last of the fish knives. He records the number. He closes the ledger. The building has been, for 1 month, somewhat broken. Now it is less broken. Not fixed. The North Junction is still a problem in progress, and Patterson's next scheduled visit is in January. There are 11 other items in the report that the Office of Works will need to address in sequence, and the building is still, at its core, a building that was designed for 80 people and houses 300. None of that has changed, but the East Cistern is rebuilt. The channels around it are relaid. The water that comes in moves in the direction it's supposed to move. The flagstones outside the scullery are flat and dry and unremarkable, in the way that flagstones are unremarkable when they're doing their job. You walk the East Corridor on the evening the household returns, at 11 after the dinner service, in the small habit of your nightly check. The grill is dry. The smell is the background level. The stone is clean and cold and entirely without comment. You stand in the corridor and you listen to the building. Nothing, or rather, everything that the building always produces in this register. The deep breath of it, the stone and coal and ancient occupation that is its permanent note. The lived-in smell of a building that has been housing human lives for long enough that the walls have absorbed them, but not the other smell, not the underground, pressurized, coming up through the grill smell of a system at its limit. Just the building, breathing, holding what it holds. You breathe with it. September is coming. The quality of the evening light is already different from August. Lower, cooler at the edges, with the particular thin quality that September starts with and October deepens. The summer's heat is beginning to lift from the stone. By October the cold will be back in the floors and the walls and the corridors, and the coal will burn in greater quantities, and the lamps will matter more, and the building will do what it does in the cold months, which is a different kind of holding. You're still here. This surprises you, slightly, in the way that you don't notice you're surprised until you are. You're still here. You've been here 6 months. The boots your father bought you are broken in now. The leather has softened and shaped itself to your foot, and walking in them requires no more attention than standing in them. Your uniform fits differently than it did in April, the shoulders of the livery coat accommodating a slightly different distribution of muscle than arrived. Your hands have changed entirely, and you know things now. You know the East Corridor smell and the collection route and the boot room and Mr. Hawkins's sound and the grade of Mrs. Garrett's attention and the particular satisfaction of a salmon platter held level and a lamb service timed correctly and a sponge sugar dessert set in a room that goes quiet for a moment because something genuinely beautiful has entered it. You know both things, the palace and the ruin, the performance and the infrastructure, the 14 covers laid with a ruler and the trapdoor in the basement floor, both real, neither cancelling the other. This is what you know now that you didn't know in April. October comes. The North Channel obstruction that Patterson noted becomes, by October, a concern that requires Mr. Hawkins to write a letter to the Office of Works that is different from the previous letters in one specific way. It includes, in its second paragraph, a reference to the East Cistern remediation and the 4 weeks of reduced household function and the £1,400 and the precedent this represents for the kind of prompt response that the North Channel matter should receive. The Office of Works responds within 2 weeks. Patterson is scheduled for November. You find out about this from Arthur, who finds out from the network, who finds out from, ultimately, the information that the letter produced and that filtered down through Mrs. Garrett's office into the kitchen and from there everywhere else. November, Arthur says. Before winter, you say. Before winter, he agrees. He's reading Carlyle again, the angry essays. He's almost through the book. Have you figured out what he's angry about, you ask? Everything, Arthur says, and nothing specifically. He thinks the world is organised wrong. Is he right? Arthur considers. He's right about the organisation. He's less clear on what the alternative should be. He turns a page, which is the problem with most people who notice things. They're very good at seeing what's wrong, less good at knowing what right would look like. You think about this. What does right look like? Arthur puts the book down. He looks at you with the full attention that he doesn't often deploy, the attention of someone who has been calibrating this question for a long time. I think right, he says, looks like the thing actually working, not perfectly, not without cost or difficulty or the need for maintenance, but working in the way it's supposed to work. The drain draining, the cistern holding, the food reaching the table from the kitchen and the plates going back down clean, the people in the building doing what they're there to do, and the building supporting them in doing it. He picks up the book again. That's all. That's the whole standard. You think about the new brick in the east cistern wall, about the corrected fall angle in the relid channels, about Patterson's lead man going down through the trapdoor on the first morning and coming back up and saying extensive 3 times. And when it's not working, then someone has to notice, Arthur says, and tell someone, and keep telling someone until something happens. He looks at the page. That's the job, under all the other jobs. You lie back on the cot. The ceiling is 8 inches above your nose. Outside, October London is beginning its transition. The coal smoke thickening as more fires are lit. The evenings arriving earlier. The particular quality of city air in autumn that is different from summer's heat haze. Different from Wiltshire's autumn, which smells of turned earth and cold rain, and the particular sweetness of dying leaves. This is coal and fog and horse and river, and the 3 million people of a city doing what they do in the dark. You're in it. You're part of it now. Not the grand version. Not the postcard version. Not the published version. Not the version that gets written down in the dispatches and the court circular and the newspapers. The other version. The one that runs underneath. The one that makes the grand version possible. Both things, at the same time. You. Let it settle now. Let the day's weight find its level the way water finds its level, the way it always does eventually through whatever channels are available. Let the east corridor be what it is, dry, quiet, holding. Let the silver be counted in the pantry and the number be right and the ledger be closed. Let Morell's kitchen begin its morning preparation in 4 hours, the ranges lit in sequence, the heat building toward the day's first output. Let Patterson's report sit in the Office of Works where it's been received and acknowledged and is proceeding through the appropriate process at the appropriate pace. Let the building breathe around you, stone and coal and centuries, and the accumulated breath of everyone who has slept in it, worked in it, noticed things in it, kept it going in the small and unremarked ways that buildings require. You're 17 years old, in October, 6 months into your first position, in a room without a window in the north wing of Buckingham Palace. You have carried things, you have noticed things, you have told people what you noticed, and occasionally they have listened, and the listening has produced something. Not always what was needed, not always quickly enough, but something. A rope across a corridor, a message delivered before 7 in the morning, a note to Patterson with language specific enough to move a schedule. That's enough. That's the whole amount of enough available to you right now. And right now is the only place you can be. Tomorrow there will be boots. Tomorrow there will be bells and the cold floor and the smell and the collection and the breakfast and the morning service and Mr. Hawkins's sound and Mrs. Garrett's ledger and the afternoon and the evening and the silver counted at the end of it. But that's tomorrow. Right now, the dark room. Arthur's breathing, the deep settled kind. The building around you, enormous and patient and real in both directions at once. Let sleep come. It knows the way now. It's been here before. Every night it comes to this room and finds you in the same position, under the same ceiling with the same day done, the same as last night, the same as the night before, the same as all the months stretching out behind you, the same as all the months ahead. Centuries will pass. The palace you know in this October of 1847 will change beyond recognition. The cesspits will become ancient history. The chamber pots will become museum pieces. The east cistern will be rebuilt, replaced, rebuilt again, long forgotten. The grand staircase will outlast everyone who polished it. The picture gallery will still have its Rembrandts, still let afternoon light fall on faces that have been dead for 300 years and are still somehow present in the paint. But people will still carry things through these corridors, still notice when the smell changes, still stand at a service door in a darkened corridor and do the invisible work before the visible work begins. Some things don't change. The work doesn't change. The need for someone to do it doesn't change. The gap between what things appear to be and what they are, that doesn't change either. But there will always be people who see it clearly, who know both sides of it, who carry that knowledge without letting it make them hollow. You're one of those people. You know that now. Let it be enough. Sleep. Good night. Полная история. 32,000 слов. Говори продолжай, если нужна еще одна часть с дополнительными сценами. You said continue, continue. 1459 floors.This, November arrives the way November always arrives in London, which is not gently. Architected narrative expansion with seasonal progression and deepened character. Architected narrative expansion with seasonal progression and deepened character arcs. November arrives the way November always arrives in London, which is not gently. It doesn't announce itself the way autumn does, with the gradual cooling and the first thin fogs of October that are still, if you squint, something close to atmospheric. November arrives with intent. The temperature drops over the course of about 4 days from the residual warmth of autumn to something that has made a decision, and the coal consumption of the palace shifts accordingly, from the economical burn of the transitional months to the full-throated industrial consumption of a building trying to maintain civilization against the grey. You feel this in your body before you feel it in the air. The floors are colder. Not the summer cold of stone holding its temperature, but the bone-getting cold of stone that is conducting the outside toward you. the ground frozen to a depth of several inches, the cold working its way up through the foundations and into the flagstones and into the soles of your feet, through your boots at 4 in the morning. The water in the wash basin is not just cold now. It's cold in a way that has the quality of a physical argument. You break it anyway, every morning, because there is no alternative, and then your hands function at a slightly reduced level for approximately 10 minutes before they warm up enough to do the work that needs doing. The lamp room is warmer. This is one of the small mercies of the November shift. The lamp room has a coal fire in its grate that burns through the maintenance hours, and the smell of it, coal and oil and the dry warmth of a small space properly heated, is one of the most fundamentally restorative smells you've encountered in this building. You arrange your schedule slightly so that the lamp room work falls earlier in the morning. Not enough earlier that it's noticeable, just enough. Arthur notices. He says nothing about it, which is his form of acknowledgement. Patterson arrives on the 12th of November as scheduled. The North Channel obstruction is addressed over 2 days. Less dramatic than the East Cistern work. No shifted flagstones, no standing water in principal corridors, no emergency pre-dawn finding. Just a professional arriving and doing what's needed in the space that needs it and leaving a report and a cured surface behind him. You are there for some of it, not all. The North Channel access is in a different part of the basement, and your morning route takes you past it only at the beginning. But you stop and observe, in the way you've learned to observe, present without being in the way, attentive without requiring anything of the people you're watching. Patterson's lead man, the thin, pale one, whose name you've learnt is William as well, which he mentioned once without any particular irony about the coincidence, is working the mortar around the junction block with a tool you don't recognise, a modified trowel with a bent tip that accesses the angle of the channel junction in a way a standard tool couldn't. You watch him work. The movements are economical, exact, the particular efficiency of someone who has developed a specific physical competence over many years and who operates at the far edge of the visible. Visible if you're looking for it, invisible if you're not. He looks up and sees you watching. He doesn't stop working. "Footman," he says. "Yes." "You're the one who found the East Cistern the morning it went." The smell changed direction, you say. He nods once as if this is a complete explanation, which for him it apparently is. "Noses are useful," he says. "Most people in buildings like this learn not to use them." "I know." He goes back to the mortar. "The North Channel will hold till spring. Then it'll need relaying, same as the East. You'll smell it before you see it. It'll come from the north end of the basement service corridor rather than the west end." He doesn't look up. "When it does, don't wait for the quarterly report." "I won't," you say. He nods again. He keeps working. You go on your way. You think about what he said for the rest of the morning, turning it over in the particular way that useful information gets turned over, not anxiously, not with urgency, just present, available. Noses are useful. Most people learn not to use them. Most people in buildings like this. You think about who you were when you arrived in April, with the vicar's reference letter and your father's boots and the specific not knowing of someone from Wiltshire encountering London for the first time. The things you've learned since, the 2 versions of the building, the both at once. The gradient in the smell that means something different from the smell itself. You think about who you'll be in another 6 months. Another 6 months means April, means a year. The idea of a full year in this building is both longer and shorter than it should be. Longer in the sense that April is very far from November, in the lived experience of someone who works at 4 in the morning every day of the week, and shorter in the sense that what you've learned is not the amount of learning you would expect from a year. It's more. You're in the East Corridor when you have this thought. It's mid-morning and the corridor is quiet, and the light is the grey November light that comes through the tall windows and makes the corridor look different from how it looks in summer. Less warm, more itself, the stone and the proportions without the flattery of good light. The grill in the floor is dry, has been dry since Patterson's work, will stay dry, all being equal for the foreseeable future. The drainage infrastructure beneath the east wing is, for the first time since, possibly since the building went into full royal operation, functioning approximately as designed. You look at the grill, you look at the corrected fall of the stone floor, which is not visible but which you know is there, which you know from Patterson's report and from the fact of the dry grill. You keep walking. December. The palace in December is a different animal from the palace in any other month. This is the month of state events, of the ceremonial calendar's major nodes, of diplomatic occasions and investitures, and the complex social machinery of the Christmas season as the royal household conducts it. The kitchen runs at a sustained intensity that Morel manages with the systematic energy of a general organising a campaign. Not the specific drama of a single great dinner, but the continuous pressure of many large events in sequence, each requiring its own preparation and its own particular demands. You're busy in December in the way that you've not been busy in any previous month, which is saying something. The formal livery goes on every day now. The powdered wig and the knee breeches, the coat that makes you look like the previous century, and the duration of formal service extends. Some evenings don't end until midnight or later. Some mornings start before 4. The window between them is what it is, which is not enough, and which you have stopped expecting to be more. Your arms have gotten stronger. This is not something you noticed happening, but you notice it now. The difference between the salmon platter in August and the salmon platter in December is that in December you don't think about the weight. The weight is simply there, and you're simply holding it. And the two conditions have merged into something that requires no active management. This is what Arthur means by getting used to it. Not the absence of the thing, the absorption of it. The thing becomes part of you, rather than something you're carrying. The investiture on the 14th of December is the largest event you've been part of. 62 guests in the throne room, a sequence of presentations and ceremonies that takes 4 hours, preceded by a formal luncheon and followed by a reception in the blue drawing room. You are at the reception, stationed near the south windows, position 4 of 7 footmen, the position that covers the largest section of the room and requires the most movement. You carry champagne and small plates of things, and you move through the room with the particular invisible momentum of a large formal event. The room full of the sound of 62 people in their best clothes, having the kind of conversation that happens when 62 people in their best clothes are in the same room at the same time. The Queen is present. You have been in the same building as the Queen many times now, but you have not been in the same room. Not this close. This is different. She is. And you make this observation with the particular attention of someone who has spent 8 months learning to observe while being unobserved. Smaller than you expected. This is a thing that people say, that royalty is smaller in person, and you've heard it said about various members of the visiting party and the household, but you weren't quite prepared for what small means when the small person is the person whose name is on the building. and the building is 60 feet of Portland stone in every direction. She's not small in the way of being overlooked. She's small in the way of being very precise. The impression of someone whose every movement is intentional, whose posture carries a quality of authority that has nothing to do with size and everything to do with certainty. The certainty that the room she's in is the room she's supposed to be in, that the occasion is the occasion she's supposed to be at, that the people surrounding her are the people she has chosen to be surrounded by. That kind of certainty. It makes her fill the room differently from the 61 other people in it. She moves through the reception. You track her peripherally, the way you track everything. Present awareness without direct attention, furniture that knows what's in the room. She accepts a glass. She speaks with several people. The conversation's brief and apparently fluent, her head at the particular angle of someone both listening and slightly above the listening, present and also slightly outside the moment. She does not look at you. You did not expect her to. At some point in the reception, approximately 2 hours in, she moves toward the south windows. Your section. You're perhaps 15 feet away, stationed at your position with the champagne tray, when she stops and speaks to the woman beside her, one of the ladies of the bedchamber, a woman you know by sight from the household hierarchy, but whose name you've only recently learned. And then, and this is a thing that happens in about 3 seconds and that you will think about for considerably longer. She looks out the window. The south windows of the blue drawing room face the garden, and beyond the garden, in December, is London. You can see it from where you stand. The garden bare and geometric in its winter form, the trees stripped to their architecture, and beyond the garden wall the city. Chimneys, roof lines, the distant spire of St. Paul's Cathedral visible through the grey December air, and above all of it the particular flatness of a London winter sky that holds coal smoke and cloud in an indistinguishable mixture, and hangs at a height that makes the whole city feel slightly compressed. She looks at it for a moment, just a moment. Then she turns back to the room. You keep the tray level. You serve the next guest who approaches. You move through the room. But you hold the moment for the rest of the evening, in the interior that the formal exterior doesn't touch. The Queen of England looking out her window at the city that is officially under her stewardship, for one moment outside the ceremony of the event seeing what was there. You wonder what she saw. You wonder if she knows about the North Channel obstruction, or the East Cistern repair, or the £1,400, or the parliamentary authorisation, or what the smell in the East Corridor is on a warm August morning. You wonder if these things are known at the level she operates at, or if they are, like most of the things you know, confined to the floor below. You think, probably they are not known. Probably they pass through too many translations on their way up to retain the specific reality of them. By the time the East Cistern fracture becomes something that reaches the level of the household, it's a report, and by the time the report reaches the level above that, it's a budget item, and by the time the budget item reaches, or as wherever these things go, it's a number, £1,400, a number separated from the smell and the shifted flagstone and Betsy at the copper, and the 4:15 morning and Patterson's lead man saying extensive. But the building holds all of it, holds the number and the smell and the shifted stone and the Queen looking out the window and the footman 15 feet away with the champagne tray and all 6 months of everything that has happened in this building and before it and below it and around it. Both things, all things, at once, always. You carry the tray. The reception ends at 9:30. The guests depart in their ordered way. The ceremony of departure is managed as the ceremony of arrival. The Queen withdraws to the private apartments. The throne room is cleared by a team of housemaids working with the swift efficiency of people who've done this particular clearing many times. The blue drawing room is restored. The silver is counted. In the pantry at 11, Mr. Hawkins counts the last glass. 124, he says. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. He records it. He looks at the ceiling for a moment, which is something you've seen him do before and which seems to be a kind of internal accounting, tallying something that isn't in the ledger. 62 guests, he says. 4 hours. No incidents. No incidents, you agree. The champagne service in the blue drawing room. Thank you, you say, before he finishes the sentence, because you can tell from the texture of the beginning of it where it's going, and it is better to receive it cleanly than to wait for it. He looks at you. Not the measuring look, precisely. Something adjacent. Something that has arrived at a different kind of verdict. You'll be a first footman in the spring, he says. You stand very still. First footman. Above stairs, formal service, the upper end of the footman's hierarchy. A different wage, a different set of responsibilities, a different version of the position you've held for 8 months. Mr. Hawkins, you say. It's Mr. Wainwright's decision, he says, which is true, which is the procedure. But he asks my recommendation, and my recommendation will be made. He closes the ledger. He leaves. You stand in the pantry with the silver and the single lamp and the silence. First footman, you think about the vicar's reference letter, about the boots, about your father's face when you left. The particular expression of someone who believes in the thing they're watching happen and is afraid of the believing, because belief requires the thing to be real, and real things can fail. You'll need to write a letter. You write one a month, which is the schedule you and your father agreed on, regular enough to be reassurance, infrequent enough not to be dependent. The next one is due in 2 weeks. This news will go in it. The first footman news, and the 8 months, and the fact of still being here, and the fact of the boots having lasted, and the fact of London not having killed you yet. You blow out the lamp. You leave the pantry. You make your way through the darkened corridor toward the north wing, through the palace breathing its night breath around you, the great machine of it at rest. In the east corridor you stop, as you always stop, dry, quiet, cold. The grill in the floor catches the distant lamplight and gives it back. A small reflection, the minimal shine of clean iron. You stand there for a moment, in the December palace, in the corridor where the sawdust lay in August, where the water came up in September, where Patterson's men worked below, and you stood above with a polishing cloth and made it look like sconce maintenance. You're still here, first footman in the spring. You think about Arthur's phrase, "You've developed well," except in Hawkins's voice, which is where it actually lives. You think about Patterson's lead man. Noses are useful. You think about Betsy at the copper. Tell him from me. You think about the white satin shoes and the sawdust and the 80% truth in the corridor, and the lamb service timed correctly, and the cistern access trapdoor and the gradient in the smell at 4:15 in the morning on a Thursday in September. You think about the boots. Cracked now, the leather creased at the ankle and the toe, the sole worn thin on the right heel where you carry more weight than you should when you're standing at position. Still serviceable, still yours. You breathe. The corridor breathes back, both things. You go to bed. The Christmas week comes with an additional load of ceremony, an additional coal, an additional formal service, an additional everything, stacked in a sequence that by the 24th leaves you with a specific kind of exhaustion that is not just the body but the sustained attention. The constant calibration, the never-ending readiness, the weeks of being available that have slowly reduced the reserve of availability to something very thin. But it's the 24th, and on the 25th there is no formal dinner service, because the royal family has its own Christmas arrangements that are in a different configuration than the regular household service, and the servants' hall gets, by the particular mercy of the holiday calendar, a reduced afternoon and an early release. You spend it in the courtyard. December courtyard is nothing like August courtyard. The stone is wet and cold. The sky the flat grey of a London December that has given up trying to produce weather and settled for simply being the ceiling. Your breath makes a thin fog in front of you. The east wall stands wet-jointed and solid. The damp that was wicking up through the mortar in August now locked into the winter freeze, which is its own kind of stability. Arthur is beside you. He has for the occasion a pipe, which he produces for holidays and occasionally other significant moments, and which he smokes with the deliberate satisfaction of someone for whom this is genuinely a pleasure rather than a habit. The pipe smoke rises in the cold air and disappears. Christmas, he says. Christmas, you say. He smokes. You stand. The courtyard is quiet. Not the working quiet of the pre-dawn hours, but the rare in this building quiet of a moment that has been officially set aside. The kind of quiet you don't entirely trust because you've been trained over 8 months to understand that quiet in the palace usually means something else is about to happen. But not today. Today, the quiet is just quiet. Letter came for you, Arthur says. He produces it from his coat pocket. I collected it from the porter's room this morning. Thought you might not have time. You take it. Your father's handwriting. Not the careful, formal handwriting of the church school. Your father didn't attend a church school long enough for that. But the functional, dense, slightly too close together handwriting of someone who writes as rarely as possible and compresses accordingly. You open it. 3 pages. This is the longest letter you've received, the previous ones being 1 page or occasionally 2. You read it standing in the December courtyard of Buckingham Palace, while Arthur smokes beside you, and the cold settles into your coat. The farm. The dairy herd, reduced by 1, the eldest cow having declined in November. The Wiltshire winter, which he describes as cold as always but the new barn roof holding. Your sister Mary, who is engaged now, which you didn't know, to a man from Marlborough who your father describes as capable enough and better than the last one. Your mother's health, which is well. The vicar, who asks after you. And then, near the end of the 3rd page, your brother Tom is asking about London. He's 16 now and minded to try his luck. I told him to wait and see how you go first. If you're still standing come spring, I expect he'll be writing you for advice. You stand with the letter and you read this sentence twice. Tom, your brother, 2 years younger, with the same height that your family apparently produces, and the same broad hands and the same look of someone who has looked at a large world from a small window and is beginning to work out how to get through the glass. If you're still standing come spring, you look at the east wall, the corrected fall angle of the drainage channels beneath it, invisible. The rebuilt section of the east cistern wall, invisible. The £1,400 of parliamentary authorisation, invisible. You're still standing. First footman in the spring. You fold the letter. You put it in your coat. Good news? Arthur asks. My brother might come to London in the spring. Arthur smokes. He thinks about this with the thoroughness that Arthur thinks about things. How old? 16. Tall? Probably. The family produces it. He should write to Mr. Hawkins, Arthur says. Reference from the vicar, boots that fit, the rest of it. He taps the pipe against his palm. Mr. Hawkins will want to know if he's the kind who notices things. How do you know he is? Arthur looks at you. You notice things before anyone taught you to. That's usually family. You think about Tom at home in Wiltshire, 2 years behind you in everything, looking at the same walls and the same fields and the same ceiling of the same sky, working out how to get through the glass. I'll write to him tonight, you say. Tell him, Arthur says, to bring good boots and to expect the smell. He smokes the last of the pipe. He taps it empty against the courtyard wall. He looks at the winter sky, which is still the ceiling, still flat and grey and containing everything London is currently producing. Is not a bad place, he says. Not with warmth exactly. With the particular affection of someone who has decided something and lives by the decision. No, you agree. Both things, he says. Both things, you say. The courtyard holds you, stone and cold and the sound of the city beyond the walls, proceeding as it always proceeds, generating itself, burning coal, processing everything that 3 million people generate and do and produce and require and discard, and inside the walls the palace, both of its versions, the Portland stone and the cistern, the silver and the collecting bucket, the throne room and the trapdoor, all of it real, all of it here, all of it requiring the people who work in it to hold both, to know both, to do the work that makes the visible version possible, and to do it in the dark before anyone important is awake. This is the job. This has always been the job. You go inside when the cold becomes too much for standing in, and you write the letter to Tom by lamplight in the boot room, which is the warmest room you have access to in the off hours, and you tell him the things Arthur would tell him, and the things Mr. Hawkins would tell him in the language of the palace, and the things that neither of them would tell him because they're true, but not institutional. That the work will be different from what you expect. That the building will be both things at once, and you'll need to see both. That the smell is there in the morning and it becomes familiar rather than absent. That your hands will change. That the floors are cold and the ceilings are low in your room, and the bells count you into the day whether you're ready or not. That the silver is genuinely very good, and the boots need to be the right kind. That there will be a man named Mr. Hawkins, and what he says in 3 sentences carries more information than most people convey in a paragraph, and you'll need to learn to hear it. That London is the city, that it doesn't stop, that it's enormous and dark and complicated and has no opinion about whether you survive it, and that this is paradoxically part of why it works. Because the city's indifference means it doesn't require you to be anything except what you actually are. And then, at the end, that you're still standing, that the boot's held, that if he comes in spring you'll be here. You seal it. You leave it for the morning post. You blow out the lamp. You walk through the winter palace toward your room, through the corridors that you now navigate as automatically as breathing, past the east corridor grill that is dry and will be dry through the winter and through the spring remediation of the North Channel, and into the summer, and through the event of your becoming a first footman, and through however many years of this building remain in your particular life. Past the boot room, past the lamp room, past the silver store and the pantry and the housekeeper's office and the servants' hall, empty and dark at this hour, and the kitchen where Morell's domain is banked down for the night, but never fully dark, never fully cold, the ranges holding their heat even unlit. Past all of it. To the room without the window, Arthur is already asleep, the deep kind. You take off your boots, you put them at the end of the cot, you lie down. The ceiling is 8 inches above your nose. This has not changed. Will not change. Ceilings are not in the habit of moving. This ceiling has been exactly 8 inches above the head of whoever has slept in this cot for, you do not know, long enough. Long enough that the timber has been notched faintly by heads that encountered it on abrupt mornings, a record of people's carelessness with sleep, a small history of the wrong way to wake up. You look at the ceiling in the dark. You know this ceiling. You know the knot in the timber 3 inches to the left of centre. You know the faint sound it makes in strong wind, a kind of barely audible tick, the timber responding to pressure. You know the smell of the room, which is so thoroughly your smell now that it has stopped being a smell and become simply a condition. You know the bells, know which one is Westminster and which is St. James's by pitch. Know that at 4 o'clock they count to 4 and then there is a silence of about 2 seconds, and then everything begins. You know the North Channel will need relaying by spring. You know Patterson's lead man is named William. You know Betsy's opinion of eventually. You know the East Corridor, dry and cold in December, alive and complicated in August. Both versions true, both in the same stone at the same time. You know, have learned to know, through 8 months of specific and unrepeatable experience, the difference between the building that appears and the building that is, and you know that holding both of them simultaneously, without letting either one erase the other, is not the same as resignation or cynicism, or the hollow certainty of someone who stopped expecting anything. It's something else, something that doesn't have a name in the language available to you, that maybe Carlyle's angry essays are reaching for, that maybe Arthur found in his long-ago decision, and that you're still finding now, in stages, in the dark. Both things, and still here, and still going. That's enough. You're tired. The December of formal service has used you thoroughly, and the holiday quiet is a thin recovery compared to what's been spent. But it's something, a gap in the pressure, enough to notice what it feels like without the constant weight of readiness. Tomorrow, the bells, the cold floor, the smell, the route. First footman in the spring, Tom coming in the spring, the North Channel in the spring, Patterson in November, the Office of Works and its acknowledgement, the ongoing accounting of what this building requires and what it receives, all of it continuing, all of it there on the other side of the night, waiting with the patient certainty of things that don't need to hurry because they are inevitable. But that's tomorrow. Right now there is only this room and this ceiling and the particular quality of a body that has been fully used and is now being given permission to stop, the arms that know the weight of the silver, the hands that know the bucket and the boot blacking and the standpipe water, the nose that knows the gradient. Let it go quiet now. Let the weight lift the way weight lifts when sleep comes, not removed, not solved, but translated into something that the sleeping body holds differently from the waking one. Let the East Corridor be dry, let the cistern wall hold, let Morell's kitchen bank its heat for the night. Let Arthur snore in the deep settled way that means he's far under. Let the bells, when they come, come. They will come at 4, they always come at 4. They have been coming at 4 in this city for centuries longer than this building has been standing, and they will come at 4 long after this building is something else entirely, after the servants' rooms are converted and the trapdoor is sealed, and the chamber pots are in a museum somewhere with a placard that doesn't mention any of what they actually meant. The bells will come, and someone will hear them, and someone will put their feet on a cold floor, and the work will begin, as it begins, as it has always begun, in the dark, before anyone important is awake to see it starting. Some things don't change. You're 17 years old. You know things now. You'll know more. Sleep. The city breathes outside the walls you don't have windows onto. Coal and fog and winter river, and the 3 million people of the greatest city in the world managing their lives in all the ways that lives get managed. Brilliantly and badly and invisibly and with great effort and with no effort at all, and in the dark and in the light, and in all the versions of everything that a city this size generates simultaneously. All of it real, all of it happening right now in the December night, all of it connected through the vast impersonal machinery of a place that doesn't know your name and doesn't need to. London, where everyone said you'd either make it or you wouldn't. You're making it, both things. Centuries will pass. The palace you know in this December of 1847 will become something else. The 6 great kitchen ranges will be replaced. The gas lamps will be replaced. The collection buckets will be replaced. The chamber pots will disappear so completely that the word for them will require explanation. The people who walk through the East Corridor in a later century will walk over the grille in its ornate iron crown and laurel pattern without any knowledge of what it once meant, without any knowledge of the sawdust or the lavender water or the 4:15 morning. But people will still work here, will still know things the official record doesn't contain, will still carry the weight of the invisible work that makes the visible work possible, will still stand at the East Corridor in the dark and check that the grill is dry, will still know the difference between the building that appears and the building that is. Some things don't change. The knowing doesn't change. The needing to know doesn't change. The value of someone willing to walk toward the smell rather than away from it, that doesn't change either. You are that person. In this building, in this December, in this room with the 8-inch ceiling and the cracked boots and the accumulated knowledge of 8 months of the real, invisible, unrecorded work that makes Buckingham Palace what it appears to be. Hold that. Let it be the last thing you hold before sleep takes everything else. You are here, you have been here, you will be here, that's enough, that's the whole amount. Good night.